Chapter 630. Swana, do you want to be revived? This sudden question in public wasn't a sudden thought. It was an important part of my entire plan. This wasn't for the sake of the Moon Elves' internal balance. Actually, the Moon Elves were suppressed by the Dark Elves and the Northland's Kingdom of the Elves, so they wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Rather than the three Northland's Kingdom of the Elves who were already scared witless, I was more worried about Victoria and the Dark Elves, who were becoming more and more powerful. Actually, the main reason why I mentioned reviving Harloise was to save myself some trouble. Harloise was revived, right? The fact that she was alive would be able to withstand any divine art or magic. However, I would have to give an explanation for the miracle of reviving the living. Otherwise, I would be in great trouble. This wasn't some imaginary punishment. This was a real conflict of interest. Perhaps some myth-ranked hero would appear in front of me and take my most important subordinate hostage, forcing me to revive some unlucky individual whose bones had already been reduced to dust. As the saying goes, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Even for a vicious and evil person like me, once I'm involved in the greatest miracle of this world, I definitely won't be able to escape unscathed. Countless powerful individuals had lost their most important family members when they were young. Even if they knew that time couldn't be reversed and that resurrection would require a tremendous price, as long as 10% of them were tempted, I would likely be killed over and over again. In that case, rather than waiting for those people to come looking for me, I might as well find an excuse and tell them the conditions and limitations of resurrection. Even if some people still refuse to give up, most would believe me, which would save me a lot of trouble. Swana, I can resurrect you because you're a natural undead. I wouldn't be so foolish as to tell the truth. Sacrificing a sufficient amount of soul and power in exchange for the resurrection of an undead sounded quite evil and selfish. Although it didn't seem like a good deal, there would always be people who didn't care about other people's lives. I had seen far too many evil cultists who would shout, "I'm only trying to resurrect my family. Who cares about the lives of those lowly commoners? I'm the righteous one." If I really said that I could casually revive undead souls whose souls had yet to enter the cycle of reincarnation, then there would probably be countless massacres and blood sacrifices in the entire continent in a short period of time. Perhaps I would even receive the title of the man who can destroy the world with a mere movement of his mouth. This was no joking matter. As long as there was a chance to revive one's family or loved ones, powerful individuals who were viewed as neutral or evil would unhesitatingly slaughter entire cities for their souls. As for powerful individuals who appeared to be on the side of justice, how many of them would be able to resist the temptation of making up for their lifelong regrets? This is an accidental product of my research. Natural undead are fundamentally different from ordinary undead. The former are closer to living beings, so as long as I create a custom-made body for them, then use my secret technique to make up for the flaws in their souls, they can be completely resurrected. Everything I said was the truth, but it wasn't the complete truth. While it was true that the natural undead had more potential than the living, it was much easier to revive them. However, that didn't mean that it was impossible for ordinary undead to revive. Those who heard my words would likely be misled by me. They would think that what I meant was that Harloise had been able to revive mainly because she was a natural undead. Natural undead, those who don't rely on the power of death and are still wandering the mortal plane. There are probably no more than 10 of them in the entire world. Indeed, natural undead are fundamentally different from ordinary undead. They don't have the unstoppable bloodthirstiness of the undead, nor do they need the power of death to control their physical bodies. Their interactions with their physical bodies are quite similar to the living. From a certain standpoint, natural undead are the souls of the living who have lost their physical bodies. Great Droll von Kor's assistance was truly on point. As an authority on nature and life, his answer was indeed true. His expression, as if he suddenly understood something, as well as his usual reputation, made his exclamation seem incredibly convincing and real. Natural undead were the undead who were unwilling to die. They would naturally revive without any external help. Such undead would be incredibly powerful, and they would have far greater growth potential than ordinary living beings. Their birth also represented extreme resentment, most likely the result of some tremendous injustice. Such existences were incredibly rare. The first natural undead in history was Ale, and the most famous natural undead were me, Harloise, and Swana. I was the undying Roland. My undying nature that surpassed the cycle of reincarnation was inconceivable to begin with. Now that I said that natural undead could be revived, it could be said that I had another explanation for my undying nature. Roland Mist was a natural undead, and he himself had the ability to revive natural undead. That was why he was undying. I was probably one of the few existences in the world who simultaneously wielded the power of holy light and the power of death. In the Northlands, I had once used the power of light and darkness to create life, which proved my unique mastery of the soul and life. Not to mention that the other revived person was also the natural undead Harloise. All these facts supported each other, which should be enough to form a convincing chain of evidence. That's right, my method of dealing with this situation was to make the world misunderstand that my method of reviving was limited to natural undead. That way, I would be able to save a lot of trouble. This wasn't a pure lie. It was impossible to revive a soul that had entered the cycle of reincarnation, which meant that it was impossible for me to revive someone who had been dead for a very long time. In that case, if I wanted to revive someone, I would either have to bring their corpse and soul to me in time, or use a vessel to store the deceased soul. This would eliminate 99% of the possibility of reviving someone. Cough, I was getting off topic. At any rate, reviving someone would be far too disruptive to the balance of the world, so it would be better to seal it. Everyone turned to look at the Banshee Swana. She was so scared that half of her body turned transparent. It was likely that she had never even considered the possibility of reviving herself. Don't be in such a hurry. You can slowly think about it. I don't have the time to hold a revival ritual for you right now. Once the current troubles are over, I'll go to the Northlands to hold a revival ritual. Relax and don't be afraid. Both Harloise and I succeeded. Reviving a natural undead isn't difficult at all. Everything I said was the truth as well as misleading. I heaved a sigh of relief as the surrounding elves nodded and exchanged glances with each other. Life and death, reincarnation never ends. Large-scale revivals would definitely break the balance of nature. Perhaps some powerful nature faction individual would jump out and fight me to the death. Occasionally reviving a few would be fine, as the droll individuals who weren't too extreme probably wouldn't go to the extent of fighting me to the death. But when considering how passionate the nature faction individuals were and how dangerous the extreme nature faction individuals were, I felt that it would be best to stay far away from these streaking enthusiasts in the future. If Droll really dares to make trouble for me, I'll send out my special weapon against Droll, Beifong. I wouldn't say this out loud. After all, if I used such a weapon of mass destruction in the mortal plane, I would likely become public enemy number one as well. At this moment, Swana reacted, but she shook her head as if she intended to refuse. Thank you, Your Highness, but I'm already dead. The rules of nature. I gagged her and stopped her from saying anything. So you mean that Heloise and I should find a place to dig a hole and bury ourselves? Your Highness. I didn't mean that. I patted Swana's head and rubbed it. Her spiritual body felt quite smooth. Little girl, don't be so stubborn. Learn to accept your elders' good intentions. This is also a type of filial piety. Elder! Swana paused in surprise as she lowered her head. Her soul flashed, revealing that she was unable to calm down. Oh, you don't know yet, do you? Your father was my very first disciple. If that's the case, then you're in the same generation as my grandson, right? What? Not only was Swana shocked, even the other elves had expressions of disbelief. The former elven king of the tassel kingdom of the elves was actually Roland's disciple? What kind of ridiculous story was this? TSK, TSK, TSK. Back in the day, my name was Roland Blackhand. Adrian was my disciple. Are you really unable to find out about this? Back then, he was the one who stabbed me in the back and successfully killed his own teacher. As expected of a new member of our faction, this brat really did a good job, right? Heloise was the one who taught me magic. She was the one who taught me ice and death magic. I really do have some sort of fate with the elves. I proudly laughed out loud, but all I received was forced laughter. Even the elves probably wouldn't be able to accept the helplessness and shock contained in their laughter. Since it was already revealed, I might as well reveal everything. From a certain standpoint, my fate with the elves was quite deep. The one who taught me magic was the gold elf Heloise, and the magic I learned was used to deal with the elves. I was even tricked by an elven disciple in the process, and I had chosen this path because of the Mist Kingdom's destruction, and the elves had to take the blame for the Mist Kingdom's destruction. I felt like I was in a food chain. The elves betrayed Heloise, and Heloise, who was filled with hatred, taught Emperor Yonya. Emperor Yonya caused the scariest calamity in elven history. The god of fate was right. Sometimes fate's arrangements were ironic and dramatic. Everything was like fate itself. The cause of betrayal resulted in the destruction of the elves. That invisible chain of cause and effect was truly an indescribable coincidence. Right? Adrian killed his own daughter and I killed him. It would seem that apart from the tradition of killing one's own teacher, our faction also had the tradition of killing one's own children. Don't forget about it. I'm having a headache. Am I really cursed? It would seem that even the silly cat was unable to handle this messy chain of karma. Actually, we all knew that this wasn't some sort of curse at all. This was purely a master-disciple relationship of using each other. It was only natural that they would scheme against each other and finally kill each other. But now that I had revealed my master-disciple relationship with Adrian, I wasn't simply trying to convince Swana to accept my good intentions. After all, I hadn't brought up this master-disciple relationship with Adrian when I started the battle against him. It was more to show the elves that Swana was under my protection, so they should be more careful. Yes, I was obviously worried about the elves. The difference between the short-lived species and the long-lived species was far too obvious. I was truly worried that the elves would cause major trouble if we didn't do anything. Without mentioning anything else, the Mist Alliance was currently implementing a policy of equal opportunity for all species, with equal work and equal treatment. If both elves and short-lived species were to simultaneously work in a certain organization of the Mist Alliance, it would be difficult for the short-lived species to compare to the elves after several decades. All Adrian needed to do was wait for all his competitors to die of old age, and then successfully take over. And after he took over, it was likely that the other elves would take over as well. From a certain standpoint, when abilities were unequal, so-called equal opportunity would only result in unequal results. And if abilities were tied to species, the final result would definitely be that the long-lived and powerful species would take over. Would the short-lived species, which were far more numerous, allow the long-lived species to stand above them? It would only be a matter of time before the long-lived species would take over as well. That was why, although the policy of equal species seemed fair, it wasn't suitable for a magical fantasy world where there were so many differences between individuals. The prerequisite for this policy to be universally applicable was that the long-lived species and abilities were roughly equal. What's the point of thinking so much? If we don't get past the current problem, there won't be any future for us. Harlow's words caused me to stop thinking. I shook my head and stopped thinking about all this nonsense. Indeed, I hadn't even dealt with the current problem yet. Thinking about the Mist Alliance's situation in half a year's time was rather excessive. Once this is over, I'm going to go edit the laws of the Mist Alliance again. At the very least, I need to make the laws more flexible. Is this some sort of death flag? No, It's just the confidence to continue living. We've already gotten past such a difficult situation. So what's there to be afraid of? Chapter 631. 8 years wasn't a long period of time. The Valkyrie soldiers who had joined the Northlands back then were still young kids, but it wasn't exactly a short period of time either. With sufficient benefits and powerful individuals to call upon, the Northlands had completely taken off after several battles. The distance between the new Mist Alliance and the Mega Empires was probably the distance they needed to prove their strength. This wasn't a peaceful Earth. Since everyone knew that a holy war was about to arrive, any increase in national strength would naturally be invested into the bloodshed land. The Northlands Mist Alliance had been making a lot of money from weapons over the past few years. However, their most advanced and mature weapons and equipment were only for their own use. What? Advanced weapons that hadn't even been labeled had appeared on the battlefields in other regions? They hadn't even seen the Mist Alliance's soldiers before? Cough! Perhaps I would see those new weapons in the near future. Or perhaps I would never see them again. For example, the super gnome death RPGs that had a range even shorter than an explosion radius, or the super flamethrower that accidentally purchased unstable gnome fuel, which would explode after 3 seconds of firing. That thing was called a super bomber by some people, and some countries were actually buying it in large quantities. Over the past few years, the Mist Alliance's military observers, weapons dealers, and engineers had traveled all over the world, producing all sorts of weapons and equipment that had been tested in real battles. However, there were some things that the Mist Alliance didn't buy. The new Borealis airship fleet is the most advanced airship fleet in the entire Mist Alliance. Compared to the original Borealis airship fleet, its hull is longer, its armor is thicker, and its cannons are stronger. I know better than all of you. There's no need to explain to me. After I sent away the engineer who kept rambling on, I began to carefully inspect the airship's data. The new Borealis was the first North Star airship. The airship was 302 meters long and 60 meters wide. It had 20 heavy cannons charged with magic crystals, for mage towers for defensive spells and 1 offensive mage tower. The ship's bow had 2 super main cannons with a maximum range of 30 kilometers. It also had a built-in hangar that could store 16 Vulture-type 4 assault airships, for Hurricane-type 2 patrol airships, and 40 Pygmy Phoenix fighter airships. Even if this didn't seem like much, the difference was obvious when compared to the original Borealis airship fleet's data. The Borealis was a super heavy battleship with a length of 243 meters and a width of 40 meters. It had 9 heavy cannons charged with magic crystals, 7 medium mage towers, 1 super mage tower, and 32 medium and small engineering cannons. The super main cannon at the head of the ship had a maximum range of 30 kilometers. It had a built-in hangar that could store 3 Vulture assault ships. Back in the day, the Borealis could be considered a prototype that the Ottoman Empire had meticulously developed. It was indeed very powerful. Not only could it be used as a powerful gunship, it also had a mage tower on top of it to increase the spellcaster's combat strength, and it also had a small storage cabin for small ships. It could be said that it had all the necessary functions. However, in actual combat, it revealed many problems. The super main cannons would be so powerful that even semi-god behemoths wouldn't be able to withstand them. However, the mana consumption would be tremendous. A mage tower that lacked mana would easily become nothing more than a decoration. And if the mage tower was attacked by an aerial knight, the mage tower would have to rely on the engineering cannons that had been dismantled from the city walls. Using ground cannons to attack an aerial knight would have a terrible range and accuracy that could be ignored. And if the mage tower was to launch a surprise attack on the ground, they wouldn't dare to casually use their main cannons. They would have to rely on the engineering cannons. These cannons were basically the battleship version of a ground attack plane. They would be far too dangerous and wasteful. As for the Vulture assault ships, it was likely that nobody would count on them. The Borealis prototype could be said to be a classic theoretical prototype. It looked quite beautiful, and its functions were quite comprehensive. However, it was full of problems when used in actual combat. Being all-powerful meant being useless. If it wasn't for the fact that I had transformed it into an undead airship with unlimited endurance, it would have sunk long ago. Meanwhile, the new Borealis was obviously a battleship that was only functional. The Borealis gave up on the overly expensive and impractical large-scale mage towers. Instead, it chose to focus on defensive mage towers. It was likely that the main job of the mages on the ship would be to provide protection for the ship and maintain all sorts of defensive spells. The offensive mage towers would probably only be used when an archmage was stationed on the ship. The Borealis also completely eliminated the engineering cannons that were far too outdated. The Borealis instead doubled the number of magical crystal cannons that could use up magical ores and gems. The Borealis also abandoned the mage towers that used up a large amount of energy. The firepower of the Borealis twin cannons was also doubled. It could be said that the Borealis mid-range and long-range cannons were now many times more powerful. The Borealis would obviously rely on airships for ground and air attacks. The Borealis changed from battleships to motherships, which doubtlessly meant that this was the Borealis' most important combat function. I also learned from some information that the Borealis actually had nearly 100 Griffin Knight and 12 Aurora Knight stationed on the ship. This doubtlessly meant that the Borealis was determined to strengthen its aerial forces. It was likely that even 2 Dragon Knight Knights would be swiftly defeated. The Mist Alliance's engineers were no idiots. Even if I didn't do anything, they learned from actual combat. They unhesitatingly gave up on the old generation's battleship magic squads and cannons. They instead chose to use motherships and airships, which would strengthen the Borealis aerial and ground support abilities. This greatly increased the Borealis' strategic importance to the overall battle situation. All 7 Borealis are motherships. I recalled that the few motherships that were still under construction at the time didn't have any motherships. The Borealis are all motherships that have a certain amount of cannons and cannons. The old motherships have either been sold off or directly modified. The new motherships are all primarily airships. Actual combat has proven the advantages of this combat style. However, due to the limited production capacity of our shipyards, only 4 of the Borealis airships have been deployed. I nodded and didn't even ask for the reason. Shipbuilding required a large amount of money. It also required a sufficient industrial, magical, and alchemical foundation. The Northland's industrial foundation was quite weak. I was already quite satisfied that they were able to accomplish this much. It would seem that I had made quite a lot of money from selling weapons over the past few years. After the Borealis were completed, it would also take time and effort to prepare the assault airships and small fighter airships. None of this could be accomplished in a short period of time. Then, are the other 3 motherships empty? No, this time Her Highness Renee brought the Avalanche Squadron, Silver Cross Knight Squadron, and more than 10 other infantry and knight squadrons. She also brought the Northland's elves, archers, and mages. They'll be useful during the landing battle. There are also 16 adult dragons following the airship fleet. However, they're all young dragons that are around 10 meters long. I nodded in satisfaction. At the very least, it sounded quite reliable for the time being. Renee and her airship fleet had already arrived in front of us. It was just that the new Borealis had been sent to pick us up. As for the dragons, as the Mist Alliance and the underground dragon city became more and more connected, the underground's black and red dragons had already become the Mist Alliance's mercenaries. Apart from the fact that these large dragons were paid ridiculously high wages, they were also highly compatible with the motherships. They were fast, highly skilled in aerial combat, and could even cast spells. This made up for the motherships' lack of agility. Of course, the old dragons were still quite reserved. Little Red's underground dragon city wouldn't be able to command them. The dragons and young black and red dragons didn't have any morals to begin with. They used to have the so-called dignity of dragons. But now that the Dragon's Empress had ordered them to do so, they would be able to maintain their dignity and earn money. Humans' wars weren't that difficult for dragons, and their lives would be in even less danger than robbing someone or running into a dragon slur. Not only that, their income would be stable, and they would also have a good reputation and honor. Why wouldn't they do this? It would seem that Renee isn't here just to save people. If she was only here to save people, then it would be far more convenient to leave all the airships empty. Since she was here with heavy firepower and powerful warriors, it was only natural that she intended to have a good fight. Her Majesty said that this will be the first direct battle of the Holy War. Our Mist Alliance's first airship fleet needs to fight in style and with vigor. And then the fairies will broadcast the entire battle. That'll make it convenient for them to sell their firearms. The young captain of the New Borealis chuckled, but didn't respond. However, his silence proved my inference right. You've already mass-produced the shrunken version of the mothership? The first mothership was delivered to Barty 2 months ago. However, please don't call it the shrunken version. This is Barty's commercial version. I chuckled and didn't say anything else. The mothership's carrying capacity was limited, and it was here to save people. Renee wouldn't be so foolish as to fill it up with elite troops. She probably only brought a squadron of each troop type with her. She intended to use the battlefield to collect data and test the Mist Alliance's troop types' adaptability against the Chaos Abyss's troops. She's really becoming more and more like it. I could only sigh in amazement. Perhaps Renee wasn't an all-round queen who was skilled at managing government affairs. However, in terms of military affairs, the Night Princess's constant victories brought her endless glory. She had excellent foresight, and she always made correct and far-sighted decisions. As the Mist Alliance continued to grow stronger, Renee became more and more famous. She was faintly becoming the leader of the younger generation. It would seem that I truly chose an excellent successor. 1 day later, the New Borealis met up with the Big Dipper airship fleet again. I met up with Renee again, but this time her situation was rather strange. Chapter 632. The elves of the Moonwheel capital were probably feeling rather complex right now. The revival of the Northland's elven empire and the return of the Gold Elf Empress was probably a huge blow to their heads. They had wanted to restore the Moonwheel capital's glory and die gloriously in battle in the final moments of the Moonwheel capital, completing the Moonwheel capital's rebirth. But now they were told that the Moonwheel capital wasn't a proper elven royalty. This was a huge slap to their faces. I'm going to sacrifice myself for the Moonwheel Empire. My sacrifice will be worth it. At the very least, it will be recorded in the elves' history and give courage to future generations. What? I've already been expelled from the Moonwheel Empire? I've even been treated as a traitor? If it weren't for the fact that time was extremely tight, the Moon Elf Empress would have been named the most pitiful person of the year. She would have become a joke for a very long time. Not only that, the Gold Elf Empress Harloise had the 3 god equipment, and she also had the loyalty of 4 superior elf species. This was indeed far more legitimate than the Moon Elf Empress. The Moonwheel capital claimed to have inherited someone else's Moonwheel capital, but the Moonwheel capital's Moonwheel capital hadn't even been completely wiped out yet. It would be a joke, no matter how one looked at it. Just like other ancient species, the elves valued tradition and orthodoxy. At this time, even the superior elves who knew the truth were starting to waver, let alone the ordinary elves. Even if the elves managed to survive this calamity, it was likely that their dream of becoming an empire would be shattered. This naturally made the Moon Elves, who were the leaders, feel quite awkward. The reason why the Moon Elves felt such complex emotions instead of pure disgust and fear was because the first thing the Northland's elven empire would do after its revival was actually to save their own elves. It was quite obvious that the Moon Elves would accept the Moonwheel capital's assistance, not another country or species. Accepting the Moonwheel capital's assistance would be the equivalent of accepting the Moonwheel capital's authority. but not accepting the Moonwheel Capital's assistance. No one would be so foolish as to reject a life-saving straw in such a hostile environment. And so, the Moon Elves fell into a dilemma. However, the demon wave wouldn't give them any time to be conflicted. A tremendous amount of Chaos Abyss's aura permeated the air. The forest that had originally been filled with natural creatures instead became the elves' problem. The wild beasts that were unable to resist the corrosion of the Chaos Abyss's aura turned into chaos beasts. All the villages on the outskirts of the Moonwheel Capital were sending out distress signals. The dangerous chaos beasts all desired the taste of flesh and souls. It was impossible to count on the dimensional stability of the Moonwheel Capital. There would be reports of demons or demons appearing at any given location. In fact, from the moment that dark clouds covered the sky, it was impossible to see the sun and moon in the sky above the Moonwheel Capital. Panic was spreading everywhere. The elves were forced to use the power of nature and the light of arcane magic to maintain the illumination of the Moonwheel Capital and calm the people down. However, the extra expenses they had to pay every day made the Archmage and the great Drool's hearts ache. Although the order to abandon all nearby villages and outposts and return to the Moonwheel City had been given, there were still some elves who hadn't received the order yet. They still hoped that they could try their luck and didn't return in time. When two groups of fleeing villagers were attacked by magical beasts, the Moonwheel Capital began sending out rangers and Drool to help evacuate the remaining villagers. Even so, nightmarish news kept arriving at the Moonwheel Capital every day. It seemed that this was only the prelude to the demon wave, but the elves were already having a hard time dealing with it. Of course, this was nothing more than a facade. The superior elves were currently using this time to train their elite forces and organize themselves into an army so that they could fight as quickly as possible. However, the ordinary elves didn't know that the news of the demon wave's imminent arrival was half confirmed by the village heads and town mayors. Compared to the previous denial from the Elven Empire, the elves were furious and panicked at being deceived. The true Elven Empress will save us. She's coming with reinforcements from the Northlands. She's forgiven our sins. The elves still have hope. This rumor spread at the fastest possible speed, even though most elves were still skeptical about this, as the ancient events from 10,000 years ago were far too distant from them. The seeds of this rumor were still planted. As for the Elven Empire's officials, they were naturally quite angry. However, there would always be many rumors during a time of war. Even if they wanted to investigate the source, they wouldn't know where to start. The ones who were spreading the rumors were one of us. Would anyone believe me if I said I wasn't? At the very least, this way, our arrival would attract a lot of attention. Everyone would be waving the gold elf flag everywhere, and the rumors would naturally become true. Even if the Moon Elves wanted to hide it, they wouldn't necessarily be able to. We were willing to help, but we definitely wouldn't do it for free. We weren't idiots who didn't even have a good reputation. In order to spread the rumors even more, it was likely that all the spies in the Moonwheel Capital would be rendered useless. The rumors spread more and more, becoming more and more detailed. In fact, even the fact that the floating airships were about to arrive was revealed beforehand. This was an obvious scheme, but unless the Moon Elves chose to refuse reinforcements, they could only grit their teeth and bear with it. Meanwhile, I had just finished dealing with the messy matters at hand. I was quite surprised to see Renee, whom I hadn't seen for a long time. I saw Renee on the Mizar's bridge. However, there were now two strangers by her side. One of them was a tall, blue-haired female knight. She had a pretty face and a slender figure. Even though she was wearing bright red scale armor, she seemed to have a magical aura about her. This feeling was rather familiar, a dragon descendant. The other one was a black-haired, middle-aged lady who seemed to be around 15 or 16 years old. She didn't seem to have much power, but if I wasn't mistaken, her family emblem was a lion and tiger with two shields. That was the emblem of the Marceau family, one of the top 3 mega-families in the Swolo Federation. If they were only strangers, I wouldn't have paid much attention. But right now, one of them was holding on to Renee's left and right hands, and they were sitting on either side of Renee. If I recalled correctly, that meant, "Greetings, Your Highness Roland. I am Helen Winston, Her Majesty Renee's concubine. You should be quite familiar with my older brother, right?" This tall southern beauty had a healthy, tan skin tone that was almost sexy. Judging from her aura, she seemed to be quite decisive. However, she seemed rather hesitant right now. "Greetings, Your Highness Roland. I've long since heard of your great name. I am Ivy Marceau, as well as Your Highness's concubine." The moment this black-haired noblewoman spoke, I noticed that she was even younger than I had expected. Under her purposefully thick makeup, she seemed to be only 13 or 14 years old. Both of them looked at me with astonishment and hostility in their eyes. It was a rather complex expression. Biffed. I finally couldn't help it anymore and almost spat on the noblewoman's face. The next instant, I noticed that this was a serious breach of etiquette. I hurriedly did my best to stand still and stifle my laughter. "Your Highness Ivy, Your Highness Helen, nice to meet you. I am Roland Mist." And then I instinctively reached out my hand and asked for a hand kiss. Actually, I was taking this opportunity to lower my head and laugh maniacally. "Ha ha ha, little girl Renee, to think that you would have such a day. How interesting." Even if she didn't explain, it would be far too easy to guess what was going on. Renee was the ruler of a country, and she had long since passed her wedding date. In that case, for the sake of the country's stability, she would have to fulfill the most important duty of a member of the royal family, getting married. Even if she didn't want to marry the main wife, it would still be necessary for her to have a concubine. Something like a political marriage was absolutely necessary, and her reputation as the Lily Princess had caused other countries to send female noble women to marry her. Most likely, this was a compromise after all normal marriages were rejected. The Lily Princess, who had no interest in men, should have already spread throughout human society. Right now, Renee had two concubines. One was the younger sister of the Bardi Empire's Dragon Knight, or Emperor Helent, and the other was a noble daughter of the Marceau family of the Swallow Federation. Both were princesses of mega-empires, and they were worthy of Renee's status as the most powerful person in the Mist Alliance. This marriage was 100% political, and it represented an alliance between mega-empires. Renee was unable to refuse at all. This kind of political marriage that involved the royal family also had unwritten rules. It was quite humane. If both parties got along, it would be fine as long as they were normal husband and wife. If they didn't get along, the emperor would still do whatever he wanted. The concubines would be nothing more than decorations in the palace. Whether or not the concubines would be able to find a lover to relieve their boredom would depend on the emperor's generosity. Since this was a special situation, it wasn't completely unprecedented. There were plenty of emperors who were gay in the past. Concubines of the same gender were only kept secret. Everything else was the same as before. Renee's first wife would definitely have to be male. That was because she would need to have descendants and be recorded in the genealogy, as well as be accepted by the world. Ha ha! She would be forced into a marriage when she didn't have any descendants. That would be quite a joke to watch. I guessed that Renee was intending to invite two powerful gods to protect her in order to stop the increasingly dangerous forced marriage. However, I noticed that there seemed to be something off about the way these two girls were looking at Renee. They seemed to be the male version of Her Highness Renee. "Hey, little girl, where did you touch?" Where's the reservedness of a concubine? A man's chest muscles shouldn't be touched so casually. The black-haired girl's eyes were filled with love as if she was looking at her beloved lover. But the next instant, she came to her senses and hurriedly retreated. However, when she saw my face again, her eyes became hazy again, and she reached out with her small hand again. "Heroine, please behave yourself." I took a step back and shook off Consort Ivy's hand, who was still in a daze. Then I glanced at Rain. Her face was filled with helplessness and despair. I couldn't take it anymore and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, little girl Renee, to think that you would have such a day. How does it feel to be forced into a marriage? The guards around me instantly took a step back and pretended not to hear me. Renee shook her head helplessly and pulled on the red bell next to her. All the guards immediately retreated. Things were different now compared to 8 years ago. Renee was now the true empress. Dignity and such seemed to be quite important to her. Cough, Brother Roland, it's actually like this, the moment Renee explained. The dragon princess viciously glared at me when she mentioned how to address me. It seemed that she viewed me as an enemy, a love rival. But soon, I was attracted by Rain's legendary story. How did she manage to invite 2 powerful true gods to come back and serve them? Then she mysteriously went through a series of adventures, and the 2 concubines that were supposed to be normal became real. And that was it. The more I spoke, the more bitter Renee's expression became. But in the end, she looked at me with a serious expression. Her eyes were filled with sincere emotions. Actually, we're just pure friendship. Actually, what I truly like is, perhaps it's only friendship right now, but one day it'll be love. A love that's as hot as lightning and fire. The blue dragon princess's eyes were filled with the flames of love as she interrupted Renee's passionate confession. At this moment, Renee's expression looked as if she had eaten 2 flies. I almost laughed out loud again. Yep, I believe that heterosexual love should be for the sake of future generations. Only homosexual sacrifice is true love. The moment I said this, the 2 concubines looked at me with much friendlier expressions. It would seem that they were also under a lot of pressure. This was truly amusing. If I wasn't so busy, I would probably laugh for the entire day. But right now, I really did have something to discuss with Renee, so I could only shake my head and ask her my question. Queen Rain, Your Majesty Rain, I wonder if the ancestor of your bloodline, that bastard younger brother of mine, has contacted you recently? Chapter 633. From a certain standpoint, Renee had always been raised as a boy who would inherit the throne. After the late emperor passed away, she basically always wore male or knight attire in front of others. Even the words she often used were masculine. Plus, she had the aura of a knight that had been tempered by her long military life. It could be said that if she covered her face, she would probably be even more manly than a man. She had an androgynous face to begin with. She acted manly, had the aura of a valiant military knight, and had great combat achievements that would cause others of her age to fear her. She was viewed as the Princess Charming in the hearts of noble ladies. Prince Charming. For the 2 concubines, they went from hating a political marriage to understanding each other, to loving each other regardless of gender, and finally to being infatuated with each other. This was enough for many novels. I meant dramas and operas. Actually, considering their statuses, as long as the story was slightly edited. No, as long as the original story was spread out, there would definitely be novels, operas, dramas, rumors, and so on. People would always be interested in the romantic affairs of the emperors. The more interesting and novel the story was, the more popular it would be. Considering how legendary the Yuri princess was, perhaps many celebrities would be able to make a living off of it. What? I already had a name for this story? Of course, I felt that this story had a lot of potential. I had already decided on the title for my next novel that had a bit of a dirty joke. I would write an adaptation of this true story. Of course, it was quite difficult to satisfy readers' tastes. That was why I was going to expand my harem by 100 times and increase the amount of fighting and killing by 10 times. I was going to bully the second young master every day, flirt with beautiful women, and add a few famous historical figures to the story. People like to read about such things, so it would definitely be a hit. Wait a moment, Renee, why did you draw your sword? Did I accidentally say it out loud again? TSK, it was all a joke. No matter what, you were my descendant. Would I casually tarnish the Mist family's reputation? Did I seem like someone who didn't know what was important? Really? Stop talking nonsense. Look directly into my pure eyes. How can there be any filth in them? What Everything is filth and evil. TSK, you must have seen wrongly. In order to prevent a scene of my obedient granddaughter furiously chasing after young grandfather, I brought the topic back to the main topic and directly asked Renee about her demon bloodline. I had previously inspected Renee's physical condition. Although she had obviously come into contact with the power of chaos and became a knight job class that could control the power of chaos, after so many years of blood transfusion, Cavendish's chaos bloodline should have been replaced by my more neutral bloodline. It was said that Rain had even lost a power level due to her bloodline being weakened. That was because if Carwins had a main god level bloodline, then according to the rules of the Chaos Abyss bloodline, Rain would be able to borrow power from the Chaos Abyss itself. Of course, Rain would also be restricted because of this. However, my bloodline could only rely on myself. Moreover, the instability of her bloodline seemed to have caused her to suffer from intermittent migraines, and her temper was much more irritable than before. In the long run, this was probably a good thing. After all, having something that completely belonged to you was the most practical. The system's improved version of the people of the Mist bloodline would probably be on par with the Chaos bloodline. At the very least, it would be more suitable for the mortal plane. As her bloodline was purified, Renee's potential would also increase. However, her power level would definitely decrease for a short period of time. Since she was a Chaos Knight, the demons and chaos creatures she summoned would definitely not be as obedient as before. That was because she used to have a powerful existence protecting her. Of course, the arrival of the demon wave meant that the dimensional door to the Chaos Abyss would be opened. Chaos Knight job classes, such as Chaos Knight, Black Knight, Dark Cultists, and Demon Warlocks, would become even more powerful. However, it was no longer necessary for Renee to rely on her personal power level. What was worth mentioning was that Glena's Chaos bloodline ritual had been completed even earlier. However, just like Renee, Glena didn't need to rely on the blood of the Chaos Abyss, as she was both a great engineer and a queen. I had originally thought that Cavendish would do something before his bloodline was completely changed. But strangely enough, ever since the world of Hades, he hadn't contacted me at all, no matter if it was direct or indirect. He had even gone so far as to throw away a very important chess piece like Renee. But now the dimensional door to the Chaos Abyss was about to open, and it was obvious that Cavendish was also involved. What was his goal? Why would he take the risk of being injured and personally injure Anslo in Anslo's divine domain, all for the sake of a single elf? To completely destroy the elves? Was there really such a great grudge between them? I wasn't afraid of an opponent stronger than me. However, I was indeed rather worried about an opponent who I didn't even know my strategic goals. Has Cavendish contacted you recently? Since I had my doubts, I directly asked. Renee and Cavendish had once had a soul connection with each other. If Cavendish really did have any plans, it was highly likely that he would know. Perhaps it was a word, or perhaps it was a thought. Nobody would be able to completely control their own brain. Even a soul connection was possible. This was also why I had completely excluded Renee and Glena from the Hades plan back in the day. Renee fell into deep thought upon hearing this. After a long while, she seemed to think of something, but then she hesitated. Just say whatever you think. Don't be afraid of saying something wrong. I'm just asking. My ancestor seems to be looking for a certain place that seems very important to him. A certain place. I was rather surprised by this answer. He wasn't looking for the Holy War itself? Or was he looking for a certain place? What kind of place would be so important? I shook my head. I didn't intend to dig any deeper. This information wouldn't be very accurate. It was also possible that Renee was intentionally using it as a smokescreen. It could only be used as a reference. If I paid too much attention to it, I would end up being led around by the nose. Two other pairs of beautiful eyes filled with hostility and vigilance caused me to give up on chatting with Renee. I directly ignored Renee's imploring gaze and said goodbye to her. Since I knew that I would be facing a demon wave, no amount of preparations would be excessive. I should hurry up and do some proper business. There should be a shipborne archmage here. Let's go talk to him about the Mage Tower's improvements and preparations. Perhaps he'll be useful. The 7 floating airships formed a squadron. They didn't choose to fly above the clouds. Instead, they chose to fly over densely populated areas. This wasn't just a military operation. It was also a political operation. The attention they attracted along the way made the eyewitnesses feel the urgency and nervousness of an impending winter. Meanwhile, the situation in the Moonwheel capital was becoming ever more tense. The great majority of the elves had already entered the Moonwheel capital's territory. However, the sturdy city walls and magic towers didn't give them much of a sense of security. The dark clouds above their heads were becoming thicker and thicker. Gigantic bolts of lightning were constantly flashing, pressing down on them. As the aura of the chaos abyss became thicker and thicker, not only were a few young elves beginning to mutate, even many divine beasts were beginning to feel ill and ill. Of course, it wasn't all bad news. The good news was that the elemental tide was rapidly increasing at a visible rate. The elven archmages' mage towers and mana pools were mysteriously filled to the brim. Their various defensive magic arrays were also becoming significantly more effective. Not only that, the elves' magic power was actually increasing as well. Every day, the elves would hear that some mage or magic knight who had been stuck at a power level for many years would suddenly break through. It was as if the elves' daily progress was equivalent to a year's progress. However, this actually caused the elves' higher-ups to panic even more. That was because the Chaos Abyss creatures who were accustomed to a high magic environment had an even greater advantage. Another piece of news that brought both joy and worry was that the elven gods' divine miracles would occasionally appear. The elven gods' priests and priests would be walking around the elves' crowds to comfort them. Reclusive Holy Temple Knight and God's Grace Ranger would be walking out of the forest to join the elves' defense. In fact, even the true gods' incarnations had been witnessed. At the very least, the elven gods are on our side. The reason why this news was said to be both joy and worry was because some people had already noticed the problem. The gods were unknowable. Distance would bring worship, and worship would bring faith. The gods of faith would always carefully maintain a certain distance from their believers. Divine miracles couldn't be performed too often. This wasn't because it would consume too much divine power. Instead, it was because divine miracles would decrease the mysteriousness that would bring faith. The frequent appearance of divine miracles meant that the elven gods cared about the moon elves and valued the demon wave. But it also meant that even the elven gods had been forced into a corner. Actually, it would be easy to understand the elven gods' current predicament if one analyzed the situation. They were probably even more anxious than the mortals. The current elven gods were the 3rd generation of elven gods. Most of them were gods of faith. More than 80% of their believers were elves. Their greatest source of faith was the Moonwheel capital and the elven species. If the Moonwheel capital was destroyed in the demon wave, it was likely that a large number of elven gods would either lose power levels or fall into eternal hibernation. Meanwhile, the Northland's elven empire had already clearly announced that the gods of the Hades were supporting them. The rise of an empire would often be closely related to the rise of a god or a god faction. It wasn't important whether or not the Hades gods needed the elves' faith. The important part was that the elven gods really needed the elves' faith. The elven gods didn't have faith or believers. They didn't even have a main god level god who could support their god faction. As long as the new elven empire was destroyed, the elven gods would truly be finished. Not only that, these things couldn't be told to mortal believers. The gods' frequent interference can only mean that they don't have any confidence in the upcoming demon wave at all. It was likely that the gods would definitely interfere with the demon wave this time. And as the Holy War officially began, the elemental tide would increase exponentially, and the Chaos Abyss would be directly connected. The gods wouldn't only send their incarnations. Gods would meet each other bare-chested. This was rather comical and pitiful. Since when had the elven gods, who once ruled over the entire world, fallen to the point where they had to personally participate in the first demon wave. Not only that, it was highly likely that they would lose. Misfortune would always come in pairs. What one feared would happen. When the final dimensional crack was destroyed, the demon army would arrive. Perhaps the elven god faction's Twilight of the Gods would soon arrive. Chapter 634. At 2:04 a.m. on December 7th, FT8, the holy war that had been brewing for so long finally erupted. The pitch-black clouds that covered the Moonwheel capital for the past 4 days suddenly dispersed. However, what the elves saw was no longer the bright moonlight and night sky of the past. Blood-red moonlight was shining down upon the land. Fierce winds brought with them the stench of sulfur and rotting flesh. In the sky, the elves could faintly hear the laughter of demons. Not far away, it was as if stars were falling from the sky. Starlight gathered in several gathering spots. This was a protective star, Net, created by the god of fate and the moon goddess. Every invader that entered the mortal plane without permission would be marked by this net. This was a super forbidden spell that caused 2 powerful gods to instantly become mid-divine powers. Not only could it mark dimensional invaders, the brightness and scattering of the starlight would also indicate the enemy's strength and number. Scales that could detect dimensional invaders weren't any expensive or rare item. The contract heroes used small compasses and compasses to hunt for their prey. Large cities used compasses and compasses to guard against evil cultists and dimensional invaders. But in the main hall of the Moonwheel capital, there were far too many blinking red dots that compasses became meaningless. Tens of millions. When the densely packed red dots finally connected and covered the entire map, all the counting had lost its meaning. The highly polluted power of chaos caused everyone's vision to naturally be covered in a layer of red light. Fighting under this blood-red moonlight would greatly increase the chances of losing reason and going berserk. At the end of everyone's vision, numerous bonfires and fireballs lit up the night sky. The fire elves that had lost all sense of reason were wantonly releasing their heat. Every forest they passed through became a field of fire, and right now, even the most loving droll didn't dare to criticize the fire elves for destroying nature. Starlight Fall. The first wave of defensive magic was activated, causing the sky to open up again. Countless meteors rained down, accompanied by endless screams and furious roars. But in the next instant, everything returned to normal. The only difference was that the blood-red eyes kept flashing in the dark night, as if they were laughing at the elves' powerlessness. When the forbidden spell's light faded, 2 bright stars appeared in the sky before the elves, flashing with a murderous red light. And when the meteor's fiery light faded, even the bravest ranger was so frightened that he dropped his bow. Those weren't stars. They were just a pair of eyeballs of the black giant. The black giant was as huge as a mountain. He slowly moved forward. Although he was still dozens of kilometers away, the black giant's figure could be seen in every corner of the city wall. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble in fear. A black wind that carried the stench of the abyss drove away the dark clouds, and the blood-red moonlight illuminated the pitch-black plains. Behind him, countless monsters from nightmares crawled out. Some of them were legends, some were unimaginable, and all of them had turned into reality. There was a centipede giant with hundreds of feet and hundreds of heads, an inferno demon that stomped on a path of sulfur, a giant white wolf that brought hurricanes with its breath, a disgusting piece of filthy meat, and a horde of inferno dragons that breathed thunder flames. Not a single one of these behemoths was the same, but it was obvious that they were all at the top of the food chain. The valiant elf game sucked in a breath of cold air. The hunter who had once hunted down a giant dragon was also trembling. An army of this scale had already surpassed the scope of mortals' understanding. This was an opponent of the gods. The tall black giant lifted his head, glanced at the blood moon that was like a watcher, and finally pulled out his obsidian greatsword, pointing to the distance. Kill them all. The sound of thunder reverberated throughout the entire space. even though it was clearly just a simple explanation. It was as if it was narrating the truth of the world. Even the elves who were being pointed at by the sword instantly lost the will to resist. The black ocean around him finally began to move. They were like countless tiny insects, but the ranger's eagle eyes gave him a despairing conclusion. Each of these tiny insects was a giant demon that was more than 3 meters tall. These demons and magical beasts had been following their master all this time. It was just that the black giant and his army were far too powerful, causing everyone to ignore the equally dangerous existences that were watching him. Even if these demons were only cannon fodder, they would still be cannon fodder in a battle between gods. They would still be fatal to mortals. A gigantic demon battle beast walked out from the demon army. However, its body was covered in black ants. Even the shortest of these ants was more than 10 meters tall. These demons didn't need any siege equipment. All they needed to do was to touch the city walls and toss the demons onto them. The Chaos Demon Lord seemed to dislike the ants for blocking its path. The Berserk Chaos Demon Lord grabbed the ants, stuffed them into its mouth with one hand, and tossed them away with the other. The demons struggled powerlessly in midair. Most of them were smashed into meat paste before they even reached the city walls. However, a few managed to pass over the city walls, causing quite a bit of chaos. A gigantic inferno demon Lord took advantage of this opportunity to transform into a meteor and land on the city walls. However, a few demons managed to pass over the city walls, causing quite a bit of chaos. Warriors, even Donati's the Chaos War God, will never be able to destroy our final home. Under the blood moon, a beautiful figure wearing a white silk robe on a tall tower on the city walls attracted quite a bit of attention. The silver bow in her hand was surrounded by the moonlight, and mana waves were like tidal waves. It was evident that this was an incredibly powerful god equipment. Your Highness Aphina. When the warriors recognized that this was their Empress Aphina, their morale increased even more. At the same time, numerous mage towers lit up as fireballs and flame explosions shot towards the beast wave. Every single attack was at least at the level of a 9-circle spell. The moment that the demon wave began, the HE plane had also entered an era of high magic. Magic spells of the same level would now be at least twice as powerful as magic spells of the past. Since both sides were still quite far away, the elven archers didn't intend to waste their arrows. However, the elven archmages used the buff from the mage towers to choose the simplest and most practical battlefield fire magic. Numerous fireballs ignited the beast wave. However, the distant Chaos War God didn't move at all. His statue-like expression didn't change at all. It was as if the enemy before him wasn't even able to attract his attention. However, as far as he could see, the black beast wave around him was moving even faster. Before the first beast wave reached the Moonwheel Capital city walls, countless treants stood up outside the Moonwheel Capital city walls. They blew their ancient horns, causing the entire forest to come to life. All the trees transformed into treants and joined the ranks of the Moonwheel Capital's defenders. The rangers jumped onto the treant's branches. Some even brought their ballistas with them. Everyone knew that they were nothing more than ants in a battle against the behemoths. However, they would use their lives to make up for the treant's slow speed and lack of long-range attacks. Both sides got closer, and closer. When the black sea of arrows collided with the green moving city walls, all the elves forgot to breathe. Countless arrows descended from the treetops in beautiful arcs. Every arrow perfectly pierced through a demon's head. Before the elven rangers could even be proud of their excellent archery skills, the demons that had their heads pierced through didn't die. These demons fervently searched for their enemies and attacked. No matter if they met an enemy or not, they unhesitatingly used the most powerful explosion, even if they touched the city walls. A 1,000-year-old treant collapsed first. This treant didn't die to a demon's attack. Instead, it was killed by a dense horde of demon war slaves. This treant was no longer able to maintain its balance. The ranger, standing on top of this treant, was torn to shreds before it even collapsed. At its feet, berserk demon war slaves self-destructed one after another. These ancient treants were famed for their thick skin and flesh, but they were instantly reduced to dust the moment they knelt. These ancient treants were trash among demon war slaves. They were cannon fodder among cannon fodder. Their merciless commander had ordered them to unhesitatingly sacrifice their own lives. In Donati's eyes, commanding such foolish and weak creatures was something shameful to begin with. He unhesitatingly ordered the treants to do their best to destroy their enemies before they died in battle. 5 minutes. In a short 5 minutes, the demon war slaves sacrificed everything in order to self-destruct. Large batches of 100-year and 1,000-year-old treants collapsed. These ancient treants were the elves' final line of defense, but they were as weak as paper. Finally, the moon elves blew their horns. Silver-armored knights, riding silver unicorns, and other god beasts charged out. Meanwhile, their allies, the treants, began retreating back into the city walls. Originally, the elves had intended to use the powerful treants to stop the demon wave's attack and increase their own side's morale at all costs. However, they were now using elite treants in exchange for the enemy's cannon fodder. Naturally, they were at a major disadvantage. In a short 5 minutes, more than 30% of the treants had died. Almost 500 treants had collapsed on their way back to the city walls, never to rise again. More than 1,000 elven rangers had died along with them. Even humans wouldn't be able to afford such a sacrifice, not to mention the elves, who were individually strong but had fewer members. In this instant, the demons used their actions to tell the elves what an eternal holy war truly was, and what an unstoppable demon wave truly was. Will we be able to win? If this was Donati's initial display of strength, then he had already succeeded. Now, even the most optimistic elves were beginning to doubt if they could survive. Chapter 635. When the stability of space was broken and countless nightmarish monsters flooded in, countless powerful individuals who were in hibernation or living in seclusion all looked up at the southwestern sky of the continent. In that direction, not only were there countless stars guiding the enemies of the mortal plane, it was also the source of the revolution. Even if the powerful individuals closed their eyes, they would still be able to tell where the battle was going. The elemental waves were no longer just elemental tides. They were waves each higher than the last. The visitors from another world had broken through Aichi's wall of order, and endless elemental energy poured into this world. The era of high magic had truly arrived. Ancient dragons in hibernation were coming out of their caves. Ancient species that lived in seclusion deep in the mountains and forests were coming out of their forests. The powerful creatures that could only live in high magic worlds were finally welcoming their own era. In the chaotic sky, the airship fleet of 7 airships met with trouble. It wasn't that they had malfunctioned. It was that the mana tide had suddenly increased, causing their engines of the same power to produce several times more power. The airships instantly shot up into the clouds. Fortunately, we had already prepared for the sudden increase in the elemental tide. Those at the helm were all experienced pilots, and they followed the plan and promptly shut down the secondary engines, adjusting the airship's balance and stabilizing the airship's center of gravity. The mage towers also activated anti-gravity magic in time. That was the only way the hilarious situation of the entire airship being annihilated before even encountering any enemies occurred. But while we were prepared, the same couldn't be said for other areas. Not only would the mechanical airships be in danger, even the magical beasts that relied on magic to fly, including the dragons, would all lose their balance and fall down in circles. This was just like back on Earth. If an airship was flying in midair, and the constant of gravity and the engine's output suddenly changed, there would be very few people who wouldn't fall down if they weren't prepared beforehand. If Aichi also had an insurance company, just today's compensation alone would be enough to bankrupt them. Tisk, TSK, what a grand sight! Our airship was fine, and our accompanying black and red dragons also fell down as expected. But judging from their pitiful screams, I guessed that they wouldn't die. You must have done this on purpose. Why didn't you tell them? No, I did it on purpose. Of course I was doing this on purpose. The black dragons and red dragons that I had hired were all incredibly arrogant. When I requested that they stay in my airship for the time being, they even dared to mock me for not having wings and not knowing how to fight in the air. They said that they would not feel safe inside this iron fortress, and that they would all be dead if they were ambushed. Now, I wanted to see how they would fly, even if they had wings. An old dragon with plenty of combat experience would naturally be able to adjust the balance. However, an old dragon who knew my name and temperament wouldn't ignore my words. These little fellows who were less than 100 or 200 years old. Hee. Bungee jumping without any ropes must feel really good. Even if they didn't fly very high, other flying magical beasts should have died directly after falling from a high altitude. However, dragons could use magic to strengthen their bodies. When they were close to the ground, they could still use magic. Generally, they wouldn't die, but they would inevitably fall unconscious. Now that all the flying dragons had fallen from the sky, our airship fleet naturally needed to reorganize itself. However, they weren't the only ones that needed to be reorganized. The difference between a high magic environment and a low magic environment was just like the difference between ancient Earth and modern Earth. The difference in oxygen would cause the ruling species to be vastly different in size. The most direct example would be the difference between the physical bodies of dinosaurs, whales, and modern humans. Since these ancient beasts had insufficient oxygen in this world, their overly powerful physical bodies were unable to adapt to such a poor environment. In the end, they all left the stage of history. But now the mana ratio had returned to ancient times. They had returned. A fierce melee battle between dinosaurs and humans was about to begin. When considering the most dangerous levels of the Chaos Abyss, the natives that even I felt were incredibly dangerous, perhaps the difference between the natives of the Chaos Abyss and the natives of the Mortal Plane was even greater than the difference between the dinosaurs and humans. This wasn't an exaggeration. For a long time, only the strongest legends in the Mortal Plane would dare to team up and explore the Chaos Abyss. Even the ordinary natives of the Chaos Abyss would be a huge headache for them. As for the top-level combat strength of the Chaos Abyss, not to mention the main gods, even the demon lords would be incredibly difficult to deal with. The most foundational difference was the difference in basic combat strength. 80% of the Mortal Plane's natives were ordinary people who were busy with their daily lives. Rather than worrying about whether or not they would suddenly be eaten by demons, they were more worried about the price of food on the market, the increase in luxury goods, and so on. Fighting and so on were all warriors' responsibilities. However, such a method of survival was far too naive compared to the lower planes. There were no non-warriors in the Chaos Abyss. Every existence would have to fight for their own survival. Every mouthful of food and water would be fought for with their lives. Not to mention, only through killing and devouring could one evolve and obtain the power to survive. Placing the Mortal Plane's natives and the Chaos Abyss's natives in the same world would be the equivalent of placing a carnivorous Tyrannosaurus and an unarmed, ordinary person in the same cage. It was obvious what would happen. But now the restrictions on oxygen and magic had been completely lifted. The ancient beasts hidden in the Chaos Abyss had returned to the Mortal Plane. And this time, even the mastermind who had been limiting the scale of this battle had disappeared. Perhaps this unbalanced battle between dinosaurs and humans would end in the most pitiful manner, with one side being completely annihilated. However, there was always a way out. Hurry up and drag all the big guys out of those warehouses. The airship was anchored in a grassy plain. The gnome and gnome engineers swiftly got to work, dragging out all sorts of equipment and weapons. This was the next generation of the magical-powered heavy cannons, the second version of the magical-powered heavy cannons. Not only was it capable of using mana and magical ores to fire heavy cannons, it was also capable of absorbing elemental mana from the air to increase the cannon's power. The longer it was prepared, the more powerful it would be. However, in a low magic environment, its power was far inferior to the first version. But now, in a high magic environment, when the cannon's power reached the upper limit, the cannon's power would be more than 3 times greater than before. It would be no laughing matter for one cannon shot to shatter a city wall. Crystal wall armor was a defensive combination of many small and medium-sized magical shields. It was several times sturdier than current alloys, yet only half as heavy. However, it doubtlessly consumed a large amount of energy. But now, in front of a new piece of equipment, energy consumption was no longer a problem. Core Magical Engine Type 3, High Magic Version. Magical Anti-Gravity Engine Type 3, High Magic Version. These were the same models as the previous ones. However, from the annotations behind the names, it could be seen that this was an engine that had been specially prepared for the Holy War's high magic era. This engine was much more powerful and consumed much more energy. K-3 rocket firing system, Gnome sniper helicopters, all sorts of theoretical experimental weapons prepared for the Holy War were pulled out of storage. They had been waiting for this day for far too long. In the game's history, when the Holy War of Despair descended, magical engineering began a new era of great development. When the Chaos faction sent out endless nightmares, the high magic era ushered in a new era of high magic warfare. All of this originated from Olivia's magic box from 10 years ago. Olivia's magic box's appearance allowed the flamboyant but impractical gnome engineering, and alchemy to be combined together, giving birth to the brand new magical engineering school. Magical swordsmen and magical knight, wielding magical mechanical weapons and equipment, gradually replaced pure warriors and knight warriors. This wasn't a coincidence. This was the choice of the generation. In a high magic era, the power of magic would multiply, which would greatly weaken melee job classes and pure rangers' combat strength. Warriors who were still active on the battlefield would definitely choose to change and use magical engineering to grasp a certain amount of elemental power. Due to my interference, Olivia's magic box's appearance was brought forward by several decades. Magical engineering, which had originally only begun to greatly develop in the middle of the Holy War, was now flourishing everywhere. In that case, the appearance of these magical weapons and equipment, as well as the rise of magical sword job classes like the 4 elemental swordcasters, had also been brought forward by several decades. In fact, it was even ahead of the generation itself. The seeds that I had planted back then had finally sprouted. And so, the moment that the Elemental Sea arrived at the beginning of the Holy War, the Mist Alliance's well-prepared armed fleets began to completely upgrade their equipment. While the new blueprints and weapons brought greater power, they naturally also came with many hidden dangers. However, we didn't have time to wait. We could only test the effectiveness of these new equipment through battle. Even if this fleet is completely destroyed, it'll be worth it as long as we can bring back the battlefield data. From a certain standpoint, the Holy War was indeed a game between the goddess of order and the goddess of chaos. While the chaos abyss achieved extreme evolution through the survival of the fittest and the survival of the fittest, the order faction was also evolving. The order faction was evolving their entire society, their entire civilization. Perhaps the order faction's individual power would be weaker than the powerful individuals of ancient times, but every technological advancement and innovation would mean the advancement of the entire civilization. And this advancement of civilization would also mean actual power. This wasn't just something that humans could do. The great demon empire's witchcraft, the Helletum generation's alchemy and soul studies, the dwarves' smelting of stones and metals, and the Undead Republic's research on the nature of death and undead magic. It was only in this generation that the intersection of magic and engineering caused magical engineering to become the new favorite of the new generation. I could only sigh as I watched the busy scene before me. I was both happy and sad. I was happy because not only had we managed to keep up with the new generation, we had even become the new generation's leading sheep. But I was sad because my great faith battle had mysteriously taken a hit again, and it was highly likely that I would be crippled. What I meant was that swordsmanship cultivation would probably decline. Even a sword saint who worked hard for several decades might not be able to match up to a newbie magic swordsman who could control a magic sword. How many people would still be willing to work so hard to improve their swordsmanship? In the future, I'll probably have to start learning meditation and magic sword control after learning basic swordsmanship. By the way, mages who had mastered the secrets of magic were naturally the new favorite of the new generation. Their magic power, mana consumption, and mana regeneration abilities would all greatly increase. It would also be incredibly easy for them to advance in power level and research new spells. Not to mention the summoners, necromancers, and demon warlocks who had connections to other dimensions. It would be far easier for mages to borrow power from powerful existences from other dimensions. Their magic power would also be greatly increased. With this twofold buff, mages would become ridiculously strong. They would be able to summon a group of cannon fodder at any time. They could casually cast meteors, blizzards, and thunderstorms. It would be far too easy for them to bully melee job classes. Pure warriors would finally be able to compete with summoned pets for the position of cannon fodder. All right, as expected of the mages' sons. Warriors are poor losers and mages are quite strong. Let's just kill sword girls. Cough, I digress from the topic. Every generation, there would be a mage. As for those who went against the trend, there would be idiots who went against the trend. There was probably no need to mention what would happen to them. Since a high magic generation had arrived, we would have to adapt. Besides, the Mist Alliance was definitely ahead of the rest of the world in this area with the help of the strategy guides and the combat experience in the high magic dragon world. It was good to have beta testing experience. When I returned to my senses, I saw that the engineers were still busy working. Little Red was scolding the young dragons who had been pretending to be powerful, but ended up falling all over themselves. The mages and warriors were also doing their best to adapt to the new environment. Harloise was also overjoyed. As a pure mage, what could make her happier than a high magic generation? Especially since this high magic generation was different from the previous ones. There was no limit to the elemental elements. This was the strongest high magic generation in all of history. I hereby announce that the elves' magical generation is about to arrive. Harloise still had a worried expression on her face, as if she was worried about the elves in the Moonwheel capital. However, she was already grinning from ear to ear. Her words actually made some sense. All human magic had been taught to them by the elves. There were quite a few top-level mages and elves. Plus, there were all sorts of mystical inheritances. It seemed that this was indeed the most suitable generation for magic. After experiencing so many holy wars between high magic and middle magic, the elf storerooms should have many inherited magic spells. As long as they were properly excavated, it would seem that there was hope for the entire species to prosper. However, I knew that this was impossible. You're wrong. In the game's history, the elves didn't last long before they were finished. They didn't even come into contact with many magical engineering products. What? Why is that? Magical engineering is a combination of machinery and magic. What do you think the elves' attitudes towards machinery are? How many dwarves and gnome engineers would be able to stand the elves' faces? Besides, magical engineering greatly reduces the difference in combat strength between individuals. Do you really think that this is a good thing for the elves, who have fewer people and more skilled soldiers? Harloise fell into deep thought. The current her really did seem like an empress. After a while, she raised her head again with a resolute expression on her beautiful face. It seemed that she had come to a decision. This time it won't be the same. At the very least, the elves under my command won't reject the change of this generation. Yep, of course. The game's history has long since changed. The future is in our hands. Chapter 636. Even though we were on the way, and even though our weapons and equipment were being upgraded, we didn't have time to rest. Battle reports from the front lines were constantly sent to us like snowflakes. The diplomatic front lines were the same. Intelligence gathering was still ongoing. The Northland's Mist Alliance's diplomats were doing their best to negotiate with the various countries in order to obtain permission to safely retreat. Compared to regular sources of information, the fairies that appeared and disappeared unafraid of death were everywhere. They were the best source of information. Not only that, ding, your VIP account has been recharged. These damned goblins from the universe are still charging money at such a time. That's not bad. They're already giving you a 20% discount. It's already quite good to have new information sources at such a time. At the very least, it means that they're on our side. The fairies' salesman had come to us of his own accord. Of course, we wouldn't refuse. In any war, information was of utmost importance, and the fairies' current actions indicated that they had a side. Gathering information from the front lines was dangerous and inefficient. Moreover, it was necessary to ensure that information was quickly transmitted. Based on how the fairies calculated their wages, the cost of information would naturally be high. Even with a 20% discount, it would still be ridiculously expensive. But that was fine for me because I could get the Mist Alliance to reimburse me. The battle reports recorded the scale of the dimensional cracks, which were directly labeled as semi-permanent. This meant that it was impossible to stop the Chaos Abyss's invasion. Both sides had already started fighting. The elves were probably still probing each other. The elves had suffered some losses, but it was still within acceptable limits. The battle had already reached the outer city walls. However, most major cities would have multiple layers of city walls. Judging from the information, the Moonwheel capital was a megacity with 5 layers of city walls. In that case, it could only be said that the battle hadn't truly begun yet. As expected, the demon wave from the Chaos Abyss was already spreading everywhere. Although the Moonwheel capital was like a nail that blocked the demon wave, a nail would never be able to stop the demon wave. Countless demons and Chaos Abyss magical creatures ignored the barrier and began spreading throughout the entire elven kingdom. They were wild beasts from the Chaos Abyss. Without the control of their master, they would become mindless destroyers. They would destroy everything before them like locusts. Ancient forests would be corrupted into demonic forests. Mountain ranges would be flattened. The great majority of living creatures would be immediately eaten or killed. Those that survived would also evolve into a part of the Chaos Abyss. The demons and demons of the great Mana Tide did not fear sacrifice. They even desired death. When they died on this land, their corpses would fuse with the earth. An entire region would be polluted by chaos and the abyss. The aura of the Chaos Abyss was infecting both the sky and the earth. The death of the Chaos Abyss's creatures directly began to infect the natural cycle at a deeper level. Soon, this place would truly become the land of the Chaos Abyss, the front lines of the entire Chaos faction. The corpses of living creatures were an important part of the natural cycle. But under the control of the power of the Abyss, the speed of the cycle was more than 100 times faster than normal. In this land of the Dark Abyss, the wild beasts would naturally transform into magical beasts. The residents would naturally demonize, and even the crops in the farmers' fields would become man-eating plants. After the new food chain and natural cycle was solidified, ordinary people wouldn't be able to survive. Full Moon Elf Empire? They were destined to become history. Even if they managed to survive this war, this territory would no longer belong to them. From a certain standpoint, territory was equivalent to population, as well as a species' future potential. And for the gods, population was also equivalent to the number of potential believers. If their territory was greatly reduced, their population would also decrease. That was to say, if they lost their territory, that would be the equivalent of announcing the death of the god that the elves worshipped. There was no doubt that the fairies' information was accurate and timely. I even suspected that the fairies weren't creatures from the dimensional wall. As time passed, the elf situation kept worsening. Currently, it was confirmed that the Chaos faction was indeed led by Donates. However, he didn't seem to have any intentions of personally participating. He simply allowed the Chaos Abyss War slaves to freely attack the elves. The elves were showing signs of collapsing. The Treants suffered heavy losses. Although ancient war trees and 100-year-old Treants could regenerate, the rate at which they regenerated was no different from a non-renewable resource. It was likely that the elves wouldn't be able to regenerate even after the Holy War was over. It could be said that the elves had taken a major loss right from the start. In order to prevent the situation from worsening any further, the elite Silver Elf Knight squad charged twice. This was the biggest highlight of the battle report. Even back in the ancient Elven Empire's era, professional Silver Elf Knight soldiers were considered top-level combat strength. Their steeds would be high-level magical beasts at the very least. Rare beasts like unicorns could be easily found. Plus, the Silver Elf Knight had secret techniques for controlling their steeds, as well as the Silver Elf Knight's personal strength. Even the Beastman's behemoth army would be forced to retreat in a group charge. I had once witnessed a small team of Silver Elf Knight knights in a suicidal charge. The Silver Knight in the team kept casting all sorts of divine arts, ranging from morale buffs to strength buffs. They could also use the Silver Elf racial talents to buff the power of their weapons and equipment. Their unicorn steeds would also buff all sorts of magic, especially speed buffs and healing spells. By the time they reached the front lines, more than 10 different types of buff magic would stack on top of each other. The power of their charge would be increased by at least 10 times. Also, their racial talents could buff their armor with defense and increase the sharpness of their weapons and equipment. Under the faint silver light, their lances would become incredibly sturdy and sharp, making them incredibly powerful. If this Silver Elf Knight squad was evaluated based on pre-battle standards, it would be expected that if they were given enough time and distance to charge, they would have an average legend rank combat strength. In historical records, there were records of Silver Elf Knight squads directly breaking through city walls. Considering the small team I had encountered in the past, such records were probably real. However, the stronger the unit, the more expensive it would be. Equipment would be more difficult to obtain, mounts would be more difficult to raise, and knight training would be more difficult. The Silver Elf Knight squad I had encountered in the past was already the entire royal guard of that unlucky prince of the kingdom of the elves. Silver elves were just as rare as other superior elves. It could be said that every single silver elf was a member of the nobility. Not to mention, now that we were in a new generation, it became even more difficult to raise mounts like unicorns. It just so happened that only an organized group of knight squads would be effective. Most countries believed that the Silver Elf Knight squads had already become history. They never expected that the elves would still have such a trump card. A Silver Elf Knight squad consisting of around 2,600 Silver Elf Knights. This truly is a trump card. Perhaps even a prince or tribe leader is personally participating. That's strange. Why is it that my intelligence reports say that many mounts go to the battlefield with big bellies? The elves are far too cruel to actually abuse their mounts like this. As a veteran knight, I expressed my strong indignation at the elves' behavior of abusing their mounts. I would also take care of the possibility of further complaints. What? Many of their mounts were divine beasts from the Holy Lake? Was this a rumor about a recent crime? I should just pretend that I didn't see anything. I furrowed my eyebrows as I read the battle report. Since the elves had sent out cannon fodder, the elves would have to send out their trump card. It was obvious who was at a disadvantage. Cavalry charges had always been synonymous with high casualty rates. Although the elves' 2 charges had great results, they had also lost more than 200 Silver Elf Knights. Most of the Silver Elf Knights had been dragged off their horses by the cannon fodder at all costs. Those who fell off their horses during the charge were basically dead. The elves' charge was successful. The Treants entered the outer city walls, which boosted the elven army's morale. The Silver Elves unhesitatingly retreated. It would seem that they couldn't handle such losses. The battle afterwards entered a stalemate. Even with the demon wave, it would take more than a single day to take down the elven capital. Donati's didn't need to be in a rush. More and more reinforcements would arrive from the chaos abyss. Time was on their side. The demon wave continued spreading. A portion of the demon wave surrounded the elven capital under Donati's command. Meanwhile, the cannon fodder kept attacking the city walls. The ordinary elven army didn't dare to face the demon wave head-on. If it wasn't for the fact that the elves had activated their mage towers and mage squads to support them with long-range magic attacks, perhaps the outer city walls would have already been lost. They're using mages so quickly. It would seem that the demon wave will be even more difficult to deal with than expected. The elves are also stronger than expected. Harloise and I came to an agreement. We had both predicted that the elves would begin using their mages' power on the third night. We never expected that they would use their mages on the very first night. This wasn't a good sign. The arrival of the demon wave had brought about a change in the elemental tide. Although the power of magic had increased exponentially, this exponential increase also meant that it would be more difficult for mages to control. Mages would need time to get used to the new high magic environment. If they were sent to battle now, it was likely that they would lose control and self-destruct due to nervousness. It wasn't always better to have more magic power. Spell models needed to be exquisitely designed, and not a single point could be out of balance. A fireball suddenly turning into a wall of fire or even a flame explosion wasn't necessarily a good thing on the battlefield either. Overly inflated elements and magic power were extremely dangerous to spellcasters. For example, if a child's power suddenly increased to that of an adult's, the child would definitely be the first to be injured. But if the child was given a few days to get used to it, and through all sorts of training and games, he would probably be able to control his body again. The tremendous increase in magic and elemental power was the same principle. 2 days and 48 hours was the time that our mages had estimated. For ordinary mages, even if they started meditating right now, they would still need to wait until then to be able to control their uncontrollable magic. Even mages from the mortal plane would need several days to get used to the environment when they entered a new dimension. This was common knowledge among mages. Fighting right away would likely be suicidal. It didn't require any high-level techniques to make this judgment. Mages' instincts and experience would warn them of the danger of losing control of their magic. Naturally, the elven mages would be able to make this judgment as well. Now that they were on the battlefield, either they were suicidal or they needed a reason to attack. There's a hole in the outer city wall. Just the self-destruction of cannon fodder actually created a hole in the wall? Is this wall a second-hand contractor? Of course. I knew that the Moon Elves wouldn't hand over such an important city wall to an irresponsible contractor. However, a hole had appeared in the city wall, which was capable of withstanding cannon fire and war chariots. Just like that. This was no different from destroying the city wall with mere physical bodies. That was far too ridiculous. Even without the important reason that mages needed time to get used to the environment, there were still other reasons for having the mages participate in the battle earlier. Mages had limited mana, and mage towers had limited mana pools. Entering the battlefield earlier would mean using up all of the mage's mana. Good steel should be used on the blade's edge. Using elite mage's mana in exchange for the death of some cannon fodder didn't seem worth it at all. It would seem that the elves don't want to lose the first layer of the outer city wall so easily. Losing the outer city wall on the first day might seem quite normal from a tactical standpoint, but the loss of morale had to be taken into consideration. The elves were currently in a hopeless situation with no hope of reinforcements. It would be necessary to be careful about maintaining the defending army's morale. In that case, The Silver Elves' charge was the only solution. The elven gods are probably going to interfere soon. How much longer will it take for us? If we can finish the modifications tonight, we'll be on our way as early as the night after tomorrow. However, it'll probably take another day for all the weapons, equipment, and mages to get used to them. It would seem that there was still enough time. Let's hope that the elves would do their best. It would be far too embarrassing if even the main god Donati's didn't need to personally intervene, and the elves would be finished. And if Donati's personally intervened, I really couldn't imagine how the elves would deal with him. Those rebels aren't that simple. Just relax and watch the show. The elven empress smiled like a flower as she spat out venomous venom. However, the person who understood you the most was often your enemy. Her words were quite convincing. All right, tell the mages to prioritize the new Borealis mage towers and complete the modifications. Perhaps they'll come in handy. Chapter 637. After an entire night of bitter battle, the elves finally managed to endure until dawn. However, demons weren't undead creatures. They weren't afraid of sunlight at all. In fact, the sunlight was even warmer and more comfortable than the sunlight from the chaos abyss, which made them instinctively feel joy and excitement. Since both demons and elves had night vision, there was no difference between night and day for both sides. Dawn arrived, but the battle in the Moonwheel capital was only becoming more and more intense. After an entire night of fierce battles, the defenders had to rest, eat, and sleep. High fatigue meant high battle losses. However, demons were single-use cannon fodder to begin with. The moment they were activated, their lifespan would begin ticking down, and their numbers were almost limitless. What was there to cherish? The elves needed food to replenish their supplies. The low-level cannon fodder demons had already lost all sense of reason. They had no concept of hunger at all. Even if they were starving, they would instinctively eat dirt and trees. When high-level demons were thirsty or hungry, they would simply find a random demon of their own species or opponent to eat. Crunchy, chicken-flavored. Fighting a battle of attrition against the demon's demon army? That would teach those bastards who only had muscles for brains what attrition was. Before the demons were completely destroyed, no objective factor would be able to stop them. After a long night, the forests around the Moonwheel capital's outskirts had become nothing more than rotten wastelands. The extravagant and sturdy outer city walls were now in tatters. The smell of blood and sulfur in the air was nauseating. The ground near the city walls was now completely dyed red. The smell of blood was so heavy that it was suffocating. This was the final remains of countless demon war slaves that had reached the end of their lives. The elves also suffered heavy losses. The Treants suffered heavy losses, and one of their trump cards, the Silver Elf Knight Squadron, lost 10% of its members. After the demon war slaves reached the city walls, the ordinary defenders had even more vicious battles against them. They were either swallowed alive by the demon war slaves or self-destructed and dragged to hell. Since they couldn't defeat the demons in melee combat, why not use ranged combat to exhaust them? That was indeed what the elves thought and did. However, the results were incredibly poor. The elves' melee warriors were more agile. They could only be considered third-rate meat shields. However, the elves had always been proud of their ranger squadrons. Very few species had established ranger squadrons. Their agile and light bodies, coupled with simple nature magic, not only could they buff themselves, but they could also recruit animal companions. Their sharp arrows, which could suddenly attack from nowhere, were the nightmares of any enemy who invaded the rangers' territory. They were practically invincible in jungle warfare and guerrilla warfare. But this time, the archery that the elven rangers were so proud of had met with the most undefeatable opponent. Sharp arrows were indeed fatal to humanoid creatures. Just piercing through a vital point would be enough to take a life. However, to giants, human great swords were nothing more than toothpicks. To demons with thick skin and flesh, elves' arrows were nothing more than uncomfortable porcupine needles if they couldn't find a demon's vital point. The demon's vitals? That was a demon's greatest secret. Every demon had a different evolutionary path. Every demon had a different body structure. Naturally, their vitals would be different. Some demons had 3 hearts and 2 brains. However, only one was the most important. All the others could be regenerated. It would be meaningless to attack any one of them. Some demons even had their vitals in their lower limbs. Their heads and bodies were nothing more than decorations. The soles of their feet were their vitals. Agility-type warriors who focused on attacking vital spots in combat would probably least want to face off against creatures that had almost no vital spots. However, elementals, demons, undead creatures, and other non-physical creatures were all the same. In such a situation, they were often even weaker than the physically strong barbarians. Unfortunately, these magical creatures had already lost their sense of pain. Their large size meant that normal piercing attacks would be ineffective. In their brainless berserk state, they would have no concept of fear even if their heads were pierced. With all these factors combined, even if they were turned into target practice targets, they wouldn't be able to stop their advance. In the past, enchanted moonlight arrows and explosive arrows would be of great use in such a situation. However, these enchanted magic arrows were incredibly expensive tactical resources. Using them on ordinary demons would be a waste. In the end, the elves' ranger squads, which they were so proud of, became nothing more than spectators on the battlefield. In fact, ranger generals even started forbidding the elves from casually shooting arrows in order to avoid wasting precious arrows. The melee elves had suffered far too heavy losses, and the long-range archers were far too ineffective. In the end, the moon elves could only helplessly use their mages as reinforcements. One night, just one night, and the elves were forced to use their mages and mana reserves. Fireballs exploded outside the city walls, and blizzards washed over all the demons on the city walls. A single night of bitter battle had used up more than 20% of all the Mage Tower's mana reserves. This didn't mean that the elves were in desperate straits. It simply meant that the elves' regular combat strength was far too weak against the demon cannon fodder. The tremendous first demon wave had forced the elves into a battle of attrition that gave them the greatest headache. Currently, the area between the outer city wall and the second city wall was filled with pitiful screams and pitiful scenes. Injured soldiers were being carried down from the city wall on stretchers. Those with only broken arms or legs were already considered lucky. The healers were doing their best to save them from death. The smell of blood, sweat, and sulfur mixed together. The stench was nauseating. But at this time, even the superior elves, who were usually the most picky about cleanliness, didn't have any reason to feel disgusted. Moon Elf Empress Afina's eyes were filled with sorrow as she watched everything unfold before her. All the ministers around her also remained silent. Nobody had expected that the outer city wall would be almost completely lost in just one night. When the Moonwheel Capital was designed, the Moonwheel Capital had been designed with a hypothetical human mega-empire surrounding it. The Moonwheel Capital would also need to buy enough time to wait for the elves' reinforcements. Yet the Moonwheel Capital was so weak that it couldn't even withstand a single blow from the demon wave. The lightning defensive spell formation on the city wall had run out of energy. The magical vines that had been nurtured for over 100 years would kill all invaders, but the demons had eaten them all. The powerful mage towers and the game team's long-range reinforcements, they had used up too much energy and needed to be stopped. There were also ancient war trees planted by the city wall. The demon cube indicated that occasionally eating vegetables was quite good for one's stomach. Earth element mages buffed and repaired the city wall, but the repairs weren't as fast as the destruction. More than 1 or 2 earth element mages had been dragged out of the city wall after running out of mana. Hippogriffs, giant eagles, and the Pegasus Knights aerial reinforcements. In front of the endless cannon fodder formations, these reinforcements were no different from ground combat forces. Occasionally, some demon war slaves would suddenly appear and drag them down. Even the most intricate defensive spell formations and mechanisms would have their limits. The demons didn't even need to think of any way to break through them. A sufficient amount of cannon fodder would be more than enough to flatten everything. The current generation of elves finally understood why their ancestors had said that the first demon wave would be impossible to resist. A berserk demon war slave wouldn't be weak to begin with. Even if it lost its mind, it would obtain even greater power. However, such a warrior would have a weakness. If given enough time and space, even a silver-ranked warrior would be able to defeat a demon war slave without being injured. But when the demon war slaves' numbers reached an almost limitless number, when these berserk warriors appeared on the battlefield where one could only advance and not retreat, they would naturally become meat reapers. It seems that it's only a matter of time before the city falls. Everyone had such doubts. However, nobody dared to say it out loud. It seemed that no matter what trump card the elves used, the demon war slaves would simply use cannon fodder to flatten everything. When will reinforcements arrive? Athena muttered to herself in a daze. However, nobody dared to answer her. That was because all of the elves' reinforcements were already here. The only reinforcements outside had a rather special status. In the end, the Silver Elf Grand Knight Captain General, who had the most special status of all the elves, could only brace himself and speak up. Your Majesty, the latest contact we received said that the earliest would be the night after tomorrow. Didn't they say that they would arrive this afternoon? Could it be that those bastards who took advantage of the situation still intend to threaten us at this time? Those bastards, we've already agreed to their shameless conditions. What else do they want? Could it be that they intend to increase the price? Those shameless and despicable bastards. Athena could still be considered a young elf among the elves. However, her noble bloodline and outstanding political abilities made her quite famous. But now her hysterical attitude was really damaging to her former image. They said that the elemental tide is attacking our airships. Our mages and equipment need time to adjust. Our mages said that this is indeed necessary preparation work. Last night, several of our mage towers were permanently damaged, and 2 archmages even died. The elves also knew what would happen if they forcefully ordered the mages to cast spells. However, they still gave such a cruel order last night. After all, losing the outer city walls on the very first night would be a tremendous blow to the elves' morale. Perhaps it was because there were outsiders present, or perhaps it was because screaming released too much pressure. But Athena's expression calmed down quite a bit. Please ask them to send reinforcements as soon as possible. We shall continue to make concessions. Even if it's a day faster, no, half a day faster would be fine. Their heavy words were filled with unwillingness. Nobody had expected things to turn out this way. However, this heavy reality had dealt a heavy blow to the elves' self-confidence. Their secret confidence will definitely be able to defeat the demon wave, and perhaps even counterattack the chaos abyss had finally vanished into thin air. We were unable to stop the demon wave by ourselves. All right then, the elves were finally admitting that they were unable to deal with the demon wave. Actually, due to the lack of information across all continents, this type of seemingly inconceivable secret confidence was quite common. No matter how powerful other elves' armies sounded, they were still other elves' armies and would be useless paper tigers. Even if the entire world said that the elves' treasured armies were no match for the elves, they would still believe that the elves' armies were capable of doing so. Some of the elves' confidence was created because of propaganda and espionage. Some of the elves told lies to give the elves confidence. Even the elves' leaders themselves began to believe them. Even if the enemy is indeed stronger than us, our warriors aren't to be trifled with. Perhaps we'll be able to win. Actually, this type of foolish behavior had been used on countless battlefields. Usually, this type of secret confidence would vanish without a trace after a single battle. If the elves were to make concessions right now, it would be the equivalent of giving the elves an exorbitant price. At the very least, the full moon elven empire would no longer be able to maintain its orthodoxy. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, our ancestors' ideals, the gods' ambitions, they won't want to see this. We can't, Your Majesty, we can't. The elves all began to express their loyalty. Some elves were even angrily glaring at their empress, as if they were watching their unfilial descendants selling off their family's property. But actually, most elves were inwardly delighted. Someone was finally going to take the blame. At any rate, all they had to do was change their empress, which was an acceptable ending. Meanwhile, Athena herself would most likely become a sacrifice for the change of generation. Actually, from the moment that she decided to migrate, she was already destined to become a sinner of the full moon elven empire. No, our elves finally managed to break free from their shackles. We don't need to wag our tails and beg the elves' descendants. Suddenly, a deep voice interrupted the elves' discussion. When I looked up, I saw a hazy figure wearing a silver mage robe with a halo of light revolving behind him. His holy appearance made him seem as if he was the incarnation of a god. Dimensional doors leading to the upper planes opened up around him. Divine envoys from the heavens, the elf Valkyrie, and divine beasts surrounded by starlight all walked out of these dimensional doors. The elven gods had interfered back on the floating battleship. I had chatted with Harloise about this battle situation. With the elven gods here, they probably won't die too quickly. At the very least, they should be able to last until we arrive. I'm just worried that if the elven gods interfere, they might die even faster. Just look, with the elven gods interfering, would Donati still be able to slack off? That means they'll probably die even faster, right? Just as I expected, the black giant was able to stand up and pick up his obsidian greatsword that was stained with the god's blood when that figure of light appeared. Finally, there was a worthy prey. Chapter 638. The blood-red moonlight guided our way. The high density of the Chaos Abyss's pollution caused all our indicators to be off the charts. Even the most optimistic person would feel tense as they looked at the stampede of beasts on the ground. This was already the third day since the demon wave's eruption. According to the original plan, we were supposed to arrive tonight. However, plans were meant to be changed. We also met with several interceptions along the way. It would be quite fortunate if we could arrive before tomorrow morning. It could be seen that the winged demons and magic dragons weren't attacking us at all. They were probably just flying magic beasts in the demon wave attacking us on their own. That was because the few flying magic beasts attacking the airships all seemed like they were simply sending themselves to die. Airships didn't even need to be sent out. The airships on the airships would have already shot them down. Those seemingly powerful magic dragons were actually Chaos Abyss variants of wyverns and other semi-dragons. Perhaps the demon wave had given them stronger bodies, but it hadn't given them the brains to avoid danger or fight in the air. These flying magic beasts didn't pose any threat to us, but they did indeed slow down our speed. Sending out scouts and adjusting the airship's engine several times caused us to be 4 or 5 hours slower than we had expected. As for Athena's message to me saying, "You can do whatever you want if you arrive earlier," I just treated it as nothing more than a joke. Such verbal promises weren't very convincing to begin with. Plus, it would be quite likely that Athena would go back on her word. I didn't want to take even greater risks for the sake of unreliable benefits, so I ordered the airship pilot to prioritize safety and stability. As for whether or not it would make the elves waste more of the demon wave's energy in order to make our arrival more valuable, would anyone believe me if I said no? Harloise was quite supportive of my idea of safety first piloting. I felt that she just wanted to see more of her enemies die. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to deal with the elves' subordinates. The ground beneath us was now pitch black. The densely packed magical beasts on the ground would cause one's scalp to go numb. It seemed that the demon wave didn't even take the elven emperor's capital seriously, and was only minding its own business as it spread its existence. It was likely that the surrounding human kingdom's hopes had been dashed. Even if the elves were completely wiped out, it was likely that they wouldn't be able to waste much of the demon wave's energy. As I stood in the airship's flight deck's hallway and looked at the sky, there was something that I would never forget. Are you still thinking about last night's meteor shower? I hope that we didn't come here for nothing. Meteor shower? It was probably a group of god meteors. I was becoming more and more pessimistic about the elves' chances. Last night, for gigantic dark white meteors fell from the sky. All the eyewitnesses instantly understood that they were god meteors. The new information was quickly delivered. 2 weak follower gods and 1 mid-level god had fallen. Their priesthoods were music, pilgrim, guide of the lost in the forest, and enlightener of the artists, and there was still one missing? It was a lesser god, a follower of the god of art. It didn't participate in the battle, and it fell as its faith fell. It could be said that the small team of the elven god system's art god system had been completely annihilated. There were approximately 13 true gods in the elven god faction. However, only 2 of them were powerful gods. One of them was the Silver Elves' guardian war god Sonia, and the other was the Moon Elves' god of worship, Somulin. Sonia was one of the stronger gods, and her divine concepts included war, protection of the brave, and protection of rangers. Somulin had always kept a low profile and had a close relationship with Anslo. It was said that he was originally a follower god of Anslo, and his divine concepts included religion. Actually, he was only the supervisor of elven religious rituals, nature's guardian, and elven family pathfinder. Many Droll worshipped this powerful god of the nature faction. The elven gods weren't completely united. The wood elves' true gods counted as neutral in the nature faction. As for the dark elves, it seemed that their entire army had been wiped out. The silver elves' true god small team was more focused on war and protection. These gods who had nothing to do with war were naturally Somulin's subordinates. The moon elves had a good relationship with the moon elves. Their low belief meant that they were in danger. Now that the moon elves were facing a fatal threat, the moon elves' belief was about to run out. Since they weren't skilled at fighting and had to force their way out, it was only natural that their entire army would be wiped out. Challenging Donati's in the middle of the demon wave? That would be the same as challenging a main god in a divine kingdom. Any existence below the level of a powerful god would never be able to escape unscathed. But if Donati's truly chose to attack, then who would be able to stop him? It was unknown whether or not my preparations would be effective. The only thing I could hope for was that Donati's wouldn't be interested in the ordinary elves. But even if he didn't attack, the demon wave would be more than capable of destroying everything. From a certain standpoint, when the first demon wave of the Chaos Abyss chose the elves' territory as the breakthrough point, everything before them had already become a foregone conclusion. This was a battle where there was no hope of victory. The difference between the Chaos Abyss and the elves was far too great. The elves had lost far too much in terms of overall strategy. No matter how hard the elves worked, they would only be able to obtain short-term tactical victories. Looking at the overall situation, the elves would only be able to minimize their losses, which wouldn't be of much use. Although this was cruel, this was war. Asterisk boom. Asterisk suddenly. There was a loud explosion in the distance as a brilliant golden pillar of light appeared in the sky. This was the light of pure mana. The shock wave and wind from this pillar of light messed up the elves' battle formation. I opened my eyes and felt a piercing pain in my eyes. Meanwhile, everyone else around me was already clutching their heads and collapsing. This pure mana light had already surpassed the ability to look directly at it. A forbidden spell! Impossible. Donati's wouldn't give them any time to prepare. If they start to prepare a forbidden spell, Donati's will unhesitatingly launch an all-out attack, which will cause them to die even faster. Then what is this? Every single spell's mana level was over the limit. With such a powerful magical shockwave, it was likely that it truly reached the level of a forbidden spell. Instantly casting a forbidden spell? Not to mention whether or not it was even possible. The elves wouldn't have been forced into such dire straits if they were truly capable of such a feat in that case. The most likely possibility was a fragment of divine power crystal? I never expected that they would actually succeed. The person who understood you the most would forever be your enemy. Harloise actually knew what that was. The elves' belief in the gods is completely different from that of humans. The elves' understanding of the gods is more similar to that of mages. They've long since snuck into the gods' forbidden zone. The Moon Elves had always been in charge of religion back in the old Elven Empire. The Moon Elves' understanding of the gods had a long history. The Moon Elves' divine power crystal was an attempt to use mortal items to restrain divine power so that mortals could use divine power. If it was possible to store divine power like a mana pool, then faith would become another form of currency. From a certain standpoint, the elves were indeed daring enough to do such a thing. In the past, any divine job class member would have to obtain a blessing from a true god in order to obtain divine arts. The number of divine arts they could obtain would definitely be limited. After all, the power of faith would definitely be used to strengthen the gods themselves. This was similar to how the gods' public expenditure would definitely be less than half of the annual tax revenue. The gods would also need to ensure a balance of income and development. The amount of divine arts and divine power bestowed upon them would depend on the gods' mood and how much they favored their divine job class member. If the Moon Elves could store divine power in a fixed container like Olivia's magic box, perhaps they would still be able to use divine arts even without the gods. Theoretically speaking, the Moon Elves' power would be greatly increased. And if they succeeded, the Moon Elves' priests would also have nearly limitless divine arts, but this would obviously enrage all the gods. From a foundational standpoint, this would be no different from a desecration priest who stole divine power. No, considering that if divine power could be stored, traded, and turned into a form of currency, the gods' unpredictability would be greatly reduced. The gods' loftiness and status would be seriously challenged. Perhaps this would be even worse than desecrating priests. They're so reckless. Do the elven gods really allow them to do as they please? This was a research project of the Gold Elves back in the day. It's just that the Moon Elves took over. Harloise's words were filled with regret. The Gold Elves had once again demonstrated what it meant by reckless behavior, and suicidal behavior would result in death. I didn't even need to explain how Harloise knew about this. She had a large number of students and spies in the mage country. How could she possibly have fewer spies among the elves? Considering how the Moon Elves had been planning this for at least several thousand years, it was likely that some of the elves' subordinates had already reached the upper echelons. In that case, it was quite easy to understand what was happening. The Moon Elves were forced into a corner, so they used their trump card and detonated their divine power. Pure positive energy would be incredibly destructive against demons. However, this was a double-edged sword. Even if the Moon Elves survived this current crisis, the human order gods wouldn't let the Moon Elves off. The fairies' latest announcement, the god of sacrifice, Somulin, descended to the mortal world in his true form, but was still seriously injured by Donati's. His true god body self-detonated, and he perished. All right then, it would seem that our earlier judgment had been smacked in the face. That wasn't some sort of divine power crystal at all. That was obviously a true god's final holy light. By the way, even I had never seen a powerful god's divine power explode before their death. So this was what it looked like. Harloise. After the pillar of light exploded, a gigantic white meteor tore through the sky. That was a divine kingdom fragment that had already lost all meaning. I looked for Harloise with interest, intending to see her current expression. Just now, she had been so confident in her deduction, but now she had been instantly proven wrong. Somulin died? Then we really need to have a proper celebration. No, we're going to have the grandest party tonight. Alcohol is forbidden on the battlefield? No, we're doing this for a grand funeral. Harloise was overjoyed to the point where she didn't know which way was north. The other superior elf leaders all had awkward expressions, but it wasn't appropriate for them to stop her. I had almost forgotten that Harloise had so many enemies in the elf god faction. Since Somulin was so close to Anslo, it was likely that he was one of Harloise's greatest enemies as well. As for her misjudgment just now, she didn't care about it anymore since her enemy had died. I could only helplessly shake my head as I watched Harloise go crazy and really intend to have a party with all the superior elves. It would seem that she trusts you quite a bit. Dedina's sudden appearance made me feel rather uncomfortable. She was a Chaos Lord after all. I had always sent someone to carefully follow her. She had also played her part quite well. She's still in the mood to mess around at such a critical moment. Of course, she trusts that you'll be able to handle the current situation. It's just that she doesn't know that we're about to face Donati's. Haha, you'll see. I didn't say anything else. Even if Dedina's identity was rather special, trust would still take time to build up. Bringing her along was already giving her enough face. It was even more impossible for her to reveal my upcoming battle plan. This wasn't because I was on guard. It was simply a necessary caution of an old fox. Some things would always be better if others knew as little as possible. I could understand why Dedina was worried about the elves. However, I didn't intend on giving her an explanation. In that case, can you tell me how you intend to lead the elves in escaping from the demon wave? It seems that these airships alone won't be enough. Of course it wouldn't be enough. The Moonwheel capital had the entire population of the Elven Empire. Even if the airships were fully loaded, there definitely wouldn't be enough. In fact, there wouldn't even be enough for the children and elderly. Not to mention, the elves wouldn't be able to leave by themselves, and I wouldn't be able to return empty-handed. But if I led the elves in a large migration to open a path through the demon wave, that would be far too beautiful a scene. Have you heard of the Hurrit Mountains? Do you intend to cross that precipice? However, it'll take several days to make the trip back and forth. If you repeatedly transport the elves, traversing through the human kingdoms layer by layer would be both time-consuming and dangerous. The Hurrit Mountains were treated as an insurmountable mountain range. The demon wave probably wouldn't be foolish enough to climb the snowy mountains. In that case, it would naturally be safe to cross the Hurrit Mountains. My goal was only to help the elves survive this calamity. I would simply leave them behind, and I could bring the young elves with potential to the Northlands. As for how I would lead the elves to cross the demon wave and cross the impossible-to-pass mountain range, that would be my own problem. I smiled and nodded at Dedina's worry. I didn't say anything else as I directly got up and said goodbye. When I calculated the time, it was indeed about time. From now until I reached my destination, I would have about 24 hours to prepare. Excuse me, I still have some personal matters to take care of. After saying goodbye, I directly headed to the Borealis Mage Tower. The modifications had begun the moment I left. By now, the preparations should have been completed. In that case, let me prepare a present for Donati's. I wonder what the elves will think when they see my present. It should be quite interesting. Chapter 639. At dawn on the 10th of December, the third morning of the demon wave's eruption, the entire region had been contaminated by the chaos abyss. The elves had been forced into a corner. The blood moon had once again taken control of the world. The elves had been forced to use one trump card after another, while the Chaos faction had only icily sent out even more cannon fodder. Even if the elves didn't pay attention to the battle situation here, the meteor shower that would occur every few hours was an undeniable reality. The gods were constantly falling like meteors. The elven gods were finished. A god didn't only need astonishing natural talent and great luck. A god would need to establish his own divine kingdom as he or she matured. In that case, the god species and mortals who recognized the gods' teachings would form the gods' faction in the mortal plane. Their faith in life and their souls in death would all help the gods' growth. This was why the gods in the Ichi continent were usually limited to species. Every god had been raised by the resources of countless species. History had given the gods such a status. But that didn't mean that the gods' efforts to reach the peak couldn't be denied. It seemed quite logical that a god would become stronger if a species was stronger. But what was even more logical was that a god would become stronger if a species was stronger. The two faintly supported each other. Most mortals wouldn't be able to understand this, but the true gods and powerful individuals would all understand. That was why the elven gods definitely wouldn't allow the Moonwheel capital to fall. That would mean that all of the elven gods would be kicked out of the gods' domain, which would mean that countless years of accumulated faith would go up in smoke. From a different perspective, if the elven gods all died or more than half died, even the Moonwheel capital elves wouldn't be able to accept such an ending. That would mean that they would become a third-rate species without any god's protection. After the Beastmen Empire and the Beastman gods died, the Beastmen that were driven to the Northlands and the underground were the best evidence. From the very start, I had never worried that the elven gods wouldn't intervene, even if that would only lead to certain death. That was how it was like to believe in a god. Success was due to belief, and failure was also due to belief. While the elven gods enjoyed the worship of their believers, they were also bound by their beliefs. We had already met true inferno dragons on our way here. These inferno dragons were a type of true dragon that had evolved after choosing the path of the Chaos Abyss. These berserk creatures had also come to the mortal plane to enjoy new flesh and blood. This was doubtlessly adding insult to injury. True dragons were also a high-level combat strength in the Chaos Abyss. Seeing several inferno dragons together was probably no coincidence. It was most likely that some demon lord had intentionally brought them here to strengthen the demon wave's aerial combat strength. Ever since 10 hours ago, when I started a preparatory work, our fleet's speed had slowed down even more. This wasn't because we were slacking off. Rather, we were meeting more and more obstacles. Previously, the demon wave had ignored our existence. But now, even the berserkers on the ground wanted to jump up and bite us. The Ice Age era is about to descend. A new era will bring about a new era. The chanting reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Countless snowflakes fell from the sky, and the surface of our battleship was already covered in snow. Even snow. Moon. Even. Above moon, God. As moon was. Ocean. God. God's moon. God. Even though they were prepared, the engineers and crew members were still shivering in the cold. They could only find cotton-padded clothes and coats to wrap themselves up. That's right. I needed 24 hours to prepare for Emperor Yongya's signature spell, the forbidden spell Ice Aeon. As I mentioned before, the biggest difference after entering Myth rank was that I was now only one step away from reaching the peak of Semi-God rank. Although I couldn't cast the complete version of Ice Aeon, a simplified version was no problem. Forbidden spells could be cast at least at the Legend rank. The various lower-level versions were always mages' greatest weapons. Law magic had the special effect of forcefully increasing one's power level. With Harloise and the Mage Tower's assistance, I was already 3/4 done with the channeling of the forbidden spell. Considering that my current bloodline and power level far surpassed my previous generation's power level, as well as the increased power of magic due to the high magic level, this simplified version of Ice Aeon wouldn't be any weaker than the complete version from back in the day. Actually, there was no point in thinking about this. In terms of destructive power, hydrogen bombs were vastly different from nuclear bombs. However, it would be quite difficult for those who were hit to find any difference. Deal with an ocean of cannon fodder? I guess we can only use AoE spells, large-scale AoE attacks. The elves had forbidden spell mages as well, but they definitely wouldn't be so foolish as to use one. That would be the equivalent of forcing the enemy to risk their lives at all costs. The stronger the forbidden spell, the longer the preparation time needed. 3 hours was considered a small forbidden spell, and 24 hours wasn't that long either. I was quite far away. Those magical beasts that had lost all sense of reason could sense the threat of the powerful elemental waves. They would instinctively attack the airship fleet, making our warriors run for their lives. Of course, they'll risk their lives. Otherwise, it'll be the equivalent of suicide. From a certain standpoint, it was far too dirty to have a mage tower on an airship. Perhaps it was only to give the airship the ability to defend against magical attacks. However, if a forbidden spell mage was installed on the airship, these nuclear weapons would be able to move around, allowing the long preparation time for the forbidden spell to be cast in a relatively safe location. The threat would be more than 10 times greater. On a certain planet, a nuclear weapon explosion wouldn't be much of a threat. That was because its range was even shorter than the explosion's radius. Immobilized bombs that were too powerful would only end up being used to destroy everything. But when nuclear weapons were combined with strategic bombers and intercontinental missiles, that would give nuclear weapons the ability to move around, greatly increasing their deterrence. Only then would they truly be a strategic threat. Casting a forbidden spell would require a long period of concentration. It would be impossible to cast a forbidden spell with the strength of a mount. Not only would the mage tower have a gravity balancing device, there would also be all sorts of supporting devices. The airship's mage tower would provide an excellent platform for casting spells. Why didn't I use the floating city or the cloud tower? Those things' movement speed. I might as well forget about them. Perhaps the future will be an era where airships and forbidden spell mages will fight each other. The long casting time made me feel rather fatigued. Fortunately, we had our soul connection, so I could chat with Harloise to relieve my fatigue. I could also keep track of the latest developments. That won't happen. Nobody's an idiot. You'll be on guard after playing with this a few times. What do you think you'll do if a few semi-god assassins jump out while you're casting? What would I do? I would kill myself right in front of you. Casting a forbidden spell was a double-edged sword. Just the mana recoil from interrupting the spell would be enough to cause me to self-destruct. Right now, I couldn't move or speak, so I was nothing more than a human punching bag. Harloise's words were indeed reasonable. Doing something like this once was fine, but doing it a few more times would definitely cause others to think of ways to kill you. Still, it wasn't as if what she said was completely meaningless. It would be fine to use a forbidden spell for 3 hours to bully an enemy that didn't have an airship fleet or a flying squadron. How much longer until the stable period? About 3 hours. We'll arrive at the Moonwheel capital around that time. That's perfect timing. Did you already expect to be intercepted? Not at all. I just habitually stayed back for a few extra hours as preparation. Actually, that's not the important part. Yeah, the important part is the final, explosive period. That's the most dangerous part. Casting a forbidden spell and casting a normal spell were two completely different concepts. Not only would a forbidden spell require the caster's own mana, but it would also require borrowing the power of the world and the elemental tide to explode in one go. It would have high requirements for the caster, and the spell casting process wouldn't allow for any mistakes. The first step would be to prepare beforehand. You would need to construct the spell's model and prepare mana reserves. Only after repeatedly confirming that the spell was in place would you begin casting the spell. Based on the mage's habits, this was the only safe preparation period. The second step would naturally be the long incantation period. At this time, countless elemental spirits would be summoned. An elemental power would be rearranged according to the caster's will. Some would gradually compress, while others would form magic arrays. Finally, the elemental energy would transform into an intricate spell model, entering a relatively stable state. During this period, the final forbidden spell's spell model would take shape and be ready to be cast. This period of time would be called the stable period. And the most dangerous part was the third step, which was also the last step, the explosive period. Casting the spell model wouldn't be an instantaneous process. In order to move the power of the entire world, the spell model would need to be connected to the surrounding environment and nature, and move the entire world's power to destroy the enemy. This casting process wouldn't be instantaneous, and since the spell model would be connected to the surrounding world, the caster definitely wouldn't be able to move. In fact, it would be difficult for them to even be distracted. Since I was going to cast the forbidden spell in the Moonwheel capital, it was only natural that I would have to enter the final explosive period in the Moonwheel capital, and I would still have to face Donati's himself. How long will it take? 10 minutes shouldn't be a problem. There's good news and bad news. I don't want to know either. Cough. The good news is that with so many positive factors, such as my understanding of ice and snow, the Ice Mage Tower support, and so on, this forbidden spell's power level shouldn't be any weaker than the original. Its destructive power might even surpass the original. The bad news is that the explosive period will take longer than expected. How long? Harlow's voice was filled with impatience. At a time like this, every minute represented endless threats and variables. At least half an hour, at most 3 hours. Is it too late to stop right now? If you want to watch my fleet get blown up along with me, that's fine. You want to stall Donati's and the demon wave for 3 hours? I'm going to go all out against you. Cough, cough, stop messing around. You'll blow up. While playing with Harlow's to pass time, I was also secretly praying. Since I was destined to face the demon wave, how could I possibly not have made my preparations? However, man proposes, God disposes. Whether or not my prepared plans would succeed would depend on how smart I was. I had seen far too many situations where I ended up killing myself. The people and matters involved would be far too complicated. I really didn't have complete confidence. It's fortunate that Eliza succeeded. Otherwise, she would have died such a pitiful death. Chapter 640. When we fought against the Moonwheel capital, even the bravest warrior could only gasp in shock. We had never underestimated the demon wave's destructive power, but we still discovered that we had underestimated its existence. The originally beautiful and holy White Moon City, in our information, was now nothing more than a pile of broken bricks. The magical forest that had been filled with endless mysteries and dangers was now nothing more than a wasteland. The Moonwheel capital's 5-layered city wall was now down to its final 2 layers. Not only were the commoners fighting for their lives, even the Empress and her ministers had brought their maids to the front lines of the battle. Red bloodstains could be seen everywhere between the broken city walls. The ground was dyed red, and the demons had long since devoured any minced meat. In the periphery of the final shelter, there was nothing but densely packed demons and magical beasts of various colors. The demons were driven by the chaos abyss to devour everything before them. Perhaps they would self-destruct after the demon wave reached its end, but before that, they would be an unstoppable flood. We appeared together with a heavy snowfall. Heavy snow was falling from the sky. Although it was quite an artistic scene, the next instant, the violent ice elemental fluctuations seemed to turn on a full-screen mockery as everyone's gazes were focused on us. What did it feel like to be stared at by 100 people? What did it feel like to be stared at by 1,000 people? What did it feel like to be stared at by hundreds of thousands or even millions of murderous gazes? For an instant, the entire world stopped moving. But the next instant, everything came to life again. All the demons unhesitatingly stopped attacking the Moonwheel capital and charged towards us. The sky was filled with countless bees, while the ground was filled with an endless swarm of ants. Just looking at this would make one scalp numb. Then I felt despair when I thought about how each and every one of these demons was powerful and capable of madly self-destructing. The demons on the ground actually started climbing each other, creating human ladders to attack us. But right after that, an angry roar echoed throughout the sky. "Anslow, stop them if you don't want the moon elves to be wiped out." That's right. I made arrangements in the Chaos Abyss. I had Elisa go to Anslow and have him stop Donati's in the middle of the demon wave. Anslo would be our meat shield. I meant personally saving the moon elves. While it would indeed be quite difficult for a main god to descend to the mortal plane, this was currently the time of the demon wave. The dimensional cracks would be completely opened up. I doubted that there would be anything on the other side of the chaos abyss that would stop a chaos main god from coming here. All I did was have Eliza send a message to Anslo and point him in the right direction. All main god level existences were individuals that surpassed all common sense. I didn't know if the elven god's death and the Moonwheel capital's destruction would also cause Roland to perish. But seeing how Roland was willing to join the Chaos Abyss in order to protect the elves, it was obvious that he definitely wouldn't let go. Was this a trap? Indeed, how could a main god possibly win against the demon wave that was in despair and Donati's, who was at the peak of his power? It was still possible to defeat a main god, but it was almost impossible to kill a main god. Only in this kind of battlefield where one had to fight to the death could a main god fall. Anslo, come out. Your people are waiting for you to save them. If you have the ability to rebel against the gold elves, then pretend that you didn't see it. The god king of the elven gods? All the gods under your command have already perished, and the last of your believers are in a desperate situation. Do you have the ability to continue being a coward? Harloise revealed a delighted smile as her voice, filled with evil intentions, echoed throughout the entire world. The number one person on her list of revenge targets was naturally the mastermind behind the gold elves' destruction, main god Anslo. I promised her that I would kill Anslo, so I did as I promised. This was both revenge for history and hope for the future. Anslo had ruled the elves for far too long. If he didn't perish, not only would the Northlands elves be unable to peacefully belong to a new main god empire, they would definitely be punished by Anslo after the Holy War ended. Becoming a main god's mortal enemy would be an endless source of trouble. Besides, Cavendish hadn't chosen the wrong opponent. Anslo was also my mortal enemy. Since the elves are going to be saved, then Anslo must die. Was this a scheme? Of course it was. But considering how Harloise had already made it obvious, inviting you into the trap seemed more like an open scheme. No, it seemed more like a trade. If the moon elves were destined to be wiped out, Anslo might not necessarily come out to die with them. But now, I was giving you a chance to save the moon elves, but you had to risk your life against a powerful enemy. What would you choose? Was this a chance to save the elves? Yes, as long as I blocked Nettis and had enough time to complete Ice Aeon. Perhaps the main god-level existences would be able to defend against my forbidden spell. However, the most troublesome Chaos War slaves would definitely be completely annihilated. In that case, there would be a chance of survival. But right now, Anslo had to face the elite Chaos Demon Lords, the furious Chaos War gods, and countless Chaos War slaves by himself, blocking their path to survival. Anslo was already injured to begin with. How many chances would he have of surviving? My forbidden spell didn't have eyes. Perhaps it wouldn't be able to kill a main god, but it would definitely be able to land a killing blow. And even if Anslo was lucky enough to survive, although Aichi was large, there would be no place for Anslo if he betrayed the Order faction and then betrayed the Chaos faction right before the Holy War began. If the scales of life and death were placed in front of Anslo for him to choose, what would he do? I was the venerated elf main god Anslo, the protector and protector of all elves, the supreme god of radiant light, the destroyer of the elven empire. Please save us, elf main god. Please save us, venerated and venerated elf main god. Prayers could be heard from the Moonwheel capital's final line of defense. My spies and the despairing elves were all chanting the elf main god's name, praying for the elf main god to appear once more. The moon elf higher-ups all had rather grim expressions. The moon elf priests and other holy job class members were even cursing out loud. With the current situation before them, they naturally knew that this was a trap specifically targeted at the elf main god. However, many priests knelt down and piously prayed for the elf main god to descend. That was because this was the elven gods' final land of faith. All the elven gods would perish if they lost the elves here. For the sake of the elves' faith and culture, please save us. Actually, the meaning behind these words would be easier to understand. Lord Main God, please die so that we can survive. Save us. We still have a future. Anslo, please die. The glory of the elves still needs to continue. Our species can't perish here. Anslo, please die. Venerated elf main god, we believe that you'll definitely be able to destroy the demon wave before us. Please hurry up and die. Of course, Anslo would be able to hear the prayers of the gods. The malicious curses mixed in with the seemingly sincere prayers were true poisons to Anslo. Mortals want to live, so they want the gods to die. This scene is so moving that I'm about to cry tears of joy. Unfortunately, right now, I could only share my joy with Harloise through our soul connection. Harloise was already hysterically excited through our soul connection. Yay, die, 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 die. Alright then, it would be more appropriate to describe Anslo as insane. However, it was time to vent the hatred that had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. What would Anslo do? What would he choose? Would he be a true saint? Would he be a hypocrite? It would all be meaningless. He was already finished. Anslo appeared and died. The old elven god's backbone was broken. The other main gods wouldn't let go of such a fat piece of meat. They would allow Anslo to safely survive the holy war. The elven gods were finished. Since Anslo didn't appear, I unhesitatingly opened up the land of Hades and had the forbidden spell on my airship activate there. Then I turned around and ran. As for the moon elves who had a grudge against me, anyone could save them. If Anslo didn't appear, I would definitely die here. Naturally, I would prioritize self-preservation. I could use this as an excuse to explain to the Northlands elves that I had tried my best, but I was sorry. If a god faction's god king didn't appear even after all his follower gods had perished and his believers were all dead, then he would be destined to die. Not a single elf would ever believe in such a guardian god again. Perhaps Anslo, who had the divine concept of protector of all elves, would end up in a fate even worse than death. Perhaps the elves would still be able to survive, but the elven gods were destined to die. Anslo, it's a dead end here. What will you choose? What can you choose? The gigantic figure that appeared in the sky had a silent and fatigued expression. It seemed to indicate his choice. Chapter 641. A god's true form would typically be tall and sturdy. This was the result of their believers' faith, as well as a natural result of their tremendous power. Although there were some gods who were small in size but had great strength and sufficient mana, that was only a special case. In most situations, it would be quite easy to distinguish a god's strength from their physical appearance. A god who appeared as if he was a gigantic god that caused the world to change color just by standing there and had an imposing aura would probably have his own background music and burning effects. He would definitely be a major boss. However, Anslo's appearance was rather silent and even pitiful. If it was shrunk countless times, this Lord God would look like a middle-aged elven scholar. His statue always held a scroll in one hand and a long sword in the other, symbolizing that whether it was in terms of wisdom or martial arts, this Lord God was the best existence in the world. Actually, he had many nicknames. However, Anslo the Wise and Anslo the Knowledgeable were the most common. His image of being wise and knowledgeable seemed to be deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. However, among other species' undying existences, the name, Anslo the Schemer, was still more deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Anslo had single-handedly come up with the plan to overthrow the Gold Elves, successfully accomplishing a dream that the great Demon Empire, Beastman Empire, and all the human kingdoms had been dreaming of for countless years. He had started a new era for the elves, even if it was an era of decline and separation. Still, no matter what, he had climbed from a nobody to the peak of the world. His slyness and wisdom were still talked about by many to this day. For so many years, he had always been the ruler of the elves. Even though the elves were weak, under his guidance, the human kingdoms were constantly having conflicts and weakening. The elves' friendliness was treated as the devil's trust. If the elves were having internal and external conflicts in other species' countries and exhausting other species' resources, then Anslo was doubtlessly the creator of this policy. He was the source of all the conspiracies. But from another standpoint, anyone who hated the elves would definitely hate Anslo as well. In order to save the elves, I would naturally have to face the Chaos War God Donati's. This was something that would definitely be impossible to avoid. And everyone knew that in order to deal with a main god, another main god would be required. Of course, I wouldn't risk my main god's life for the elves. Naturally, I would have to have this main god personally come. But now, this big shot looked very unsightly. The current him could no longer hold a sword in one hand and a scroll in the other. After all, a large part of the right side of his body was missing. From his right shoulder to his right hand, it had disappeared without a trace. It seemed that the news of him being heavily injured was true. That was to be, since he had brought the Order Divine Kingdom into the chaos. It was only natural that he would be greatly weakened after completing his transformation. Now that he had been attacked by two main gods, his body injured meant that the god's final line of defense had been broken. His body, God, his final defense. God, his final form. The gigantic giant god didn't block the demon wave as soon as he appeared. He was surrounded by starlight, and his rather elegant, golden, one-handed sword glowed with silver light. The hurricanes around him swept up countless demons. Existences that weren't powerful enough didn't even have the right to face him directly. God. The giant black god didn't move. He slowly drew out the obsidian greatsword that was stained with divine blood and pointed it at his opponent. Chaos War God Donati's never had the habit of wasting words on a real battlefield. His etiquette of raising his sword was his acknowledgement of a powerful opponent, as well as his determination to kill any opponent who tried to stop him. In the next instant, he moved. The blizzard could not stop his charge. His footsteps were fast and heavy, and with each step, dozens of demons were trampled into meat paste. His target was us, who were in the middle of summoning a forbidden spell. However, his eyes were locked onto the main god in front of us. This was his final choice. If Anslo chose to stop him, then it would be a battle to the death between two main gods. Clang! As expected, Anslo's black greatsword was blocked by a slender silver sword. Anslo expressionlessly looked at the black figure. His godlike face didn't show any emotion at all. However, he probably had to swallow his bitterness and helplessness. Anslo had no other choice. The situation was right before everyone's eyes. Only by stopping Donati's would the elves be saved. Donati's wouldn't back down either. How could a half-crippled main god possibly stop him? No, he was quite happy to see this scene before him. He smiled. This was the first time that this giant black god had clearly smiled. It was a smile of extreme delight. It was a genuine delight from a warrior who finally had the chance to fight to the death after living in peace for so long. Anslo didn't waste any more words, because words would be meaningless at a time like this. No matter who it was, anyone standing against the demon wave would be his prey. Anslo jumped up and viciously sliced open the ground. His greatsword's sword energy directly created a canyon that countless demons fell into. The slender silver sword and the black great sword kept clashing. However, any demon that came into contact with the shockwaves from their clashes would be instantly shattered. The ground trembled as if it was unable to withstand the frightening power. Cracks appeared all over the ground, and a fierce wind howled in the sky. In the midst of the heavy snow, a dimensional crack was torn open. This was a battlefield of despair. Two giants roared angrily as they fought against each other. Just the shockwaves from their battle could destroy the entire world. Main god-level existences fought in such a direct and barbaric manner. Anslow's divine kingdom and personal domain were both expanding, but they directly cancelled each other out. Anslow didn't even need to use the magic that he was most skilled at. At such a distance, he could cast a simplified spell that could possibly tear apart Donati's armor. Bodies that contained divine power were the strongest weapons. Both sides unhesitatingly chose the most barbaric method of melee combat. The demons in the demon wave were quite unlucky. Not only would the shockwaves from their attacks kill them, even the dimensional cracks in the ground would be fatal. No matter how this battle ended, the dimensional laws of this world wouldn't be stable for a long time to come, since this was a battlefield between two main gods. It was destined that no one would be able to live here. But even so, the demon wave continued charging towards us. Even though their companions' heads were being stomped to smithereens right in front of them, they still instinctively attacked the greatest threat, Sonia, and those elven gods who are cowering like turtles. Your boss is already fighting with his life on the line, yet you're still cowering like turtles. Your people are watching you. You're courting death. Is this how you repay the believers who worshipped you? Her angry roar echoed in the sky. The next instant, a sigh echoed in the ears of every living creature on the battlefield. The helplessness and despair in that sigh made everyone feel the same way. Countless heavenly dimensional doors opened up in the sky, and numerous silver and gold order gods walked out. Behind them, the Valkyrie and angels unhesitatingly entered the battlefield and attacked the demon wave. Yes, that's right. Fight for me, my brave warriors. Her mocking laughter was ear-piercing and piercing. However, even the hot-tempered silver elf, war god Sonia, had no intention of retorting. The gods joined in to stop the demon lords. The elven gods Valkyrie, angels, and god envoys took care of the demon wave's demon war slaves. Both sides fought against each other. TSK, what a group of good dogs. Properly block those mad dogs for me. Sacrifice yourselves, fight for me, and die for me. I'll help you save the elves. TSK, you're all trash. You actually want an outsider to save your own kind. Roland, Anslow, who had remained silent all this time, finally spoke up. His murderous intent and anger were direct and deep. Just the sound of his voice was accompanied by thunder and wind. If you dare to talk back, I'll turn around and leave. Anslow and Sonia's mouths twitched, but they didn't say anything in the end. A rare moment of awkward silence appeared on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Anslow's opponent, Donati's, unhesitatingly started laughing maniacally. Haha, trash Anslow. You two brothers really are at each other's throats. Indeed, a main god actually has to work as a fighter for mortals. You're truly trash. However, nobody responded to Anslow's joke. That voice ignored Anslow and continued mocking the elven gods. Trash, block those bastards for me. Failing to cast this spell will mean the destruction of the elves, just like how you destroyed the gold elves back in the day. Do you intend to destroy the remaining elven bloodline? You destroyed the elven empire and caused the elves to decline. Now, you want to destroy your own species as well. You're truly the perfect guardian god. Although Anslow's words were quite unpleasant to hear, they were indeed the grim reality of the current situation. Every word he said was extremely harsh. However, the elven gods didn't dare to talk back, afraid that their only hope of survival would turn around and leave. After all, the Mist Kingdom was no secret among the elven gods. With so much hatred accumulated between the two sides, it was entirely possible that the elven gods would turn around and leave. And if these words were spread, the elven gods would likely no longer have any faith or honor to speak of. The depression in the elven gods' hearts transformed into actual killing intent. Yet they could only vent it on their opponents, and they even had to sacrifice their lives to protect the target of their mockery. This sort of frustration made them want to vomit blood. That's right. Good dogs, keep biting. I have faith in you, and I wish you victory. Kiss. Dear elven gods, dear Anslow, I, Roland Mist, love you. Kiss, kiss, kiss. The sound of flying kisses came from the loudspeaker. Finally, Sonia couldn't take it anymore and turned around. Yongya! But the next moment he shut his mouth. At this moment, the Ice Aeon spell was fully activated, causing the entire world to snow. The forbidden spell Ice Aeon had begun anchored everything in the world, and was about to enter its final, explosive phase. The elven gods instinctively sensed that Armageddon was about to arrive, and the berserk demon wave began to move. The elven gods and their warriors could only do their utmost to stop the demon wave. Meanwhile, on the new Borealis, I was currently casting a spell and couldn't make a sound, so I felt rather helpless. Did you enjoy yourself? Yes, I did. I'll properly repay you in the future. All right then. Everyone understood that I wasn't the one who said all of this. I was using my magical pet's words to incite the elven gods to come out in full force. There was no need for me to attract so much hatred. Harlowie's current appearance was quite unique. Snow was falling everywhere, but her face was flushed red with excitement. Her dress was drenched in sweat, and her golden curves and tall figure were all on full display. Her eyes were filled with tears, and her legs were trembling as if they were numb. Sometimes she would jump up and down, and sometimes she would angrily glare at the elven gods. Perhaps she had waited far too long for this day. Originally, I could have stopped her before, but it was rare for Harloise to be so happy. Why would I stop her? Besides, after doing this, the elven gods had completely lost all their dignity. How could a god with no dignity possibly obtain devout worshippers? Perhaps I had attracted so much hatred, but if I pointed out that the elven gods had caused the elves to go from prosperity to decline, as well as angrily berating the elven gods for their mistakes, it would be easier for the Northland's elven empire to obtain the hearts of the people. However, if Harloise had been the one to speak up, there would naturally be some former elven gods who would hate her for this. I could clearly see the pros and cons of this. Reputation. Was reputation something that could be eaten? In this rotten world, it would be better to have a bad reputation. Tisk, so what if you hate me? Bite me if you dare? You want to kill me? Remember to get a queue number. Who knows how many people are queuing up in front of you, useless elven gods? TSK, you hate me. Hey, Harloise, forget it. Just do whatever you want. Treat today as your birthday. Have fun and have fun. Due to a certain someone's evil intentions, the words in my mind transformed into actual ridicule. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry as I looked at Harloise, who had such a smug expression. Silly cat, I've done what I promised you. Remember to owe me a favor. Meow. The gold elves cooperated by growing cat ears and a tail. They were quite cute, and the cat's meow sounded coquettish and tender, giving me goosebumps. However, I didn't understand what it meant. Meow, I will repay you with my life. Forget it. You're the boss today, so go crazy all you want. Idiot meow. Blockhead meow. Chapter 642. The snow kept getting heavier and heavier, and the area affected by the snow became larger and larger, even from several dozen kilometers away. Demons from the demon wave still sensed danger. They either turned around and ran away, or killed their companions and rushed out of the path in order to eliminate the threat that came from their instincts. The eternal holy war between the Order gods and the demons of the Chaos Abyss had happened countless times already. However, only a few main gods had such a fierce battle at the very beginning. The main gods were like lions locked in an arena, fighting and killing each other with no way out. Every moment, countless Valkyrie and god envoys would die. This was a battle where there was no way out or dodging. The elegant elves' martial arts techniques couldn't compare to the berserk savagery and combat instincts of the elves. Magic would only cause these berserk battle beasts to explode even faster. In front of endless cannon fodder, the elves' legend-ranked individuals were torn apart and blasted apart by the demon war slaves. However, the elven gods didn't have the time or energy to retreat. Countless years of accumulation were like red-eyed gamblers who were thrown into a meat grinder that seemed hopeless no matter how one looked at it. All they wanted was to buy a little more time. Behind them, a pitch-black floating city was floating in the sky above the Moonwheel capital. The tunnels leading downwards were already filled to the brim. Countless floating airships and fighter aircrafts were flying back and forth, helping to bring survivors into this floating city. Yongya City played a critical role at this time. Once the city was filled to the brim, no matter if I placed it in the land of Hades or simply escaped at the speed of a turtle, both choices would be highly defensible. By the way, as I mentioned before, this bug-like land was also a part of the land of Hades. Although the aura of death there wasn't as strong as the Hades themselves, it was still a type of negative energy that would be harmful or even fatal to the living. This was also the foundational reason why my Yongya city hadn't had any living residents for so long. For powerful individuals, this type of negative energy that didn't have any malicious intent could be defended against as long as they didn't stupidly absorb it. However, for ordinary people who didn't have any supernatural abilities, this type of negative energy would be impossible to defend against. I had done experiments before. In such an environment, ordinary people would never be able to leave after staying here for 3 hours at most. The living would instantly transform into the dead, but they would still be able to live in the world as undead. However, I believed that the elves probably wouldn't like living in such a pitch-black environment. Considering that elves' physical bodies were even weaker than humans, the elves would probably only be safe for about 2 hours. If they could activate their defenses in Yongya City and repel the aura of death like defensive magic, it would probably be able to prolong the elves' time. However, considering the fact that most mage towers and floating cities would have limited mana, it would be suicidal to keep their defensive magic up for an extended period of time. This defensive magic wouldn't last for too long either. Fine then. Someone noticed that I said ordinary. How could my Yongya city possibly be ordinary? It had an infinite mana core. Cough. Let's not ask where this infinite mana core came from. But even if the elves' defenses could be maintained, the dimensional laws of Yongya city would still constantly corrode the elves' residents. This would only prolong the elves' time in Yongya city. It would be lucky if they got seriously ill after leaving, but it would be normal for them to die in Yongya city for too long. Considering how certain unfortunate group of mountain bandits started transforming into undead on the 5th day, and all of them became undead within the next 7 days, I personally felt that the elves would probably be safe for 3 or 4 days. Of course, unless it was absolutely necessary, I didn't want to reveal my trump card in the land of Hades. It was definitely my trump card, but judging from the current situation, some things would be unavoidable. My original plan was that the floating airships would be enough to transport only the children. If too many people were to be transported, I would take out my floating city and slowly fly. If I was forced into a corner, I would take my floating city and then the land of Hades. I would be able to escape by myself and fly over the Hurit Snow Mountain, which was considered an insurmountable mountain range by most people before everyone died. I would then open up a world on the other side of the Hurit Snow Mountain and let everyone out so that they could travel by themselves. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that I had to move everyone into my floating city. That way, we would have much more room to maneuver. Children, the elderly, and women go first. Hey, you're a man. Why aren't you fighting against the demon wave? Why are you fighting over space with women and children? Isn't that embarrassing? Harloise kicked away a young elf who tried to fight over space. Her appearance also calmed everyone down. Harloise and the other 4 superior elves did their best to save the elves. The gold elves' unique blonde hair, white skin, and tall figure were incredibly eye-catching. The gold elves' 3 god equipment also attracted countless gazes. Many moon elves and silver elves looked at Harloise with complex expressions. As for why I had the elves go save the elves, apart from the fact that they would be able to calm the elves and lower their guards, it was also because I couldn't think of any better way to increase my reputation than saving the elves. Our rescue efforts didn't go around the superior elves and royalty of the Gold Elf Empire. But judging from the current situation, they had no intention of retreating, nor did they stop us from moving them. Even if this was obviously an attempt to steal their elves away, they wouldn't be able to stop their own citizens from escaping, would they? Yep, I might as well give them some fighter aircrafts. Currently, the new Borealis wasn't moving, nor was it capable of moving. With the new Borealis as the core, countless amounts of ice, snow, frost, and snowflakes had covered everything. Everywhere I looked, snow was falling everywhere. Elemental ice spirits were flying everywhere in the sky and on the ground. What astonished everyone was that the Moonwheel City directly below and around the new Borealis had stopped snowing, even though the winds were still as chilly as ever. This was the only place where there was no snow as far as the eye could see. Even forbidden spells needed a safe zone. That was where the caster was. And right now, all the Chaos faction's combat strength was heading in that direction. Apart from the Borealis that I was currently on, all the other airships and warriors had joined the battle. However, they weren't fighting alongside the elven gods on the front lines, acting as cannon fodder. Instead, they were outside the Moonwheel City's walls, intercepting any magical beasts and demons that had escaped. Not only would this be less risky, but it would also be possible to receive the elves' gratitude and favor. This would be more suitable for these mortal warriors to accumulate combat experience and collect equipment data rather than hastily dying in battle. The airship's cannons took turns firing, and every explosion would clear out dozens or even hundreds of demons in the surroundings. This kind of high-efficiency and low-risk combat method made the elves feel that they had fallen behind the entire era. However, the most eye-catching thing in the sky wasn't the gigantic airship. Rather, it was the tiny Gnome Phoenix fighter airship. The Phoenix was an improved version of Gnome helicopters. Gnome helicopters couldn't actually be considered a new invention. However, Gnome helicopters had never been the best choice for an aerial night. The main reason was that they had an incredibly high failure rate. And if they failed, both the knight and the helicopter would shatter into pieces. This Phoenix fighter airship was different from the original model, which had an incredibly high failure rate. It had 2 stacked propellers. In that case, even if it failed, it would only be a decrease in power and it would still be able to land safely. And even if both propellers failed, we had prepared parachutes. This ability to come back from the dead was why it was called a Phoenix. The Phoenix itself didn't have any weapons. It was simply a simplified metal frame structure. Rather than calling it a fighter airship, its only function was to carry people in the air. But now, these weakest fighter airships with simple designs and low production costs had achieved glorious combat results. They kept tossing down a special medicine called Cleanser No. 2. This medicine was a byproduct of Olivia's experiments. It was originally designed to be used as laundry detergent, but after experiments, it was discovered that it was actually an incredibly effective stimulant and aphrodisiac. Cough, cough! We were all used to the unexpected surprises brought about by scientific inventions like this, weren't we? An appropriate amount of excitement was a good thing on the battlefield. Fear and anger were the best stimulants. These stimulants would allow warriors to use their full strength. However, overly excited emotions and mental states would actually affect one's performance on the battlefield. Mistakes due to overexertion, muscle spasms due to overexertion, and fatigue due to overexertion were all incredibly fatal. But if this type of quick-acting stimulant met with the Chaos War slaves that would self-destruct from overexertion, it would be the perfect combination. In that case, it wouldn't be strange at all to achieve any combat results. Everywhere the Phoenix army went, bottles would be opened and medicine and powder would be tossed down. Explosions would be heard from below. Right now, the Chaos War slaves were densely packed together in order to surround and attack the castle walls. One Chaos War slave's self-destruction killed several other Chaos War slaves, and several others also self-destructed. A single medicine that cost no more than 10 silver coins had actually killed off several dozen Chaos War slaves. This was an inconceivable combat result. These 300-some incredibly weak Phoenix airships became the focal point of the battlefield. Everywhere they went, explosions followed. But I knew that this type of combat result wouldn't last for long. In order to experiment with our new weapons, we had brought all sorts of new weapons, equipment, and medicines. Each type was limited in quantity, but since they were so effective, we would expand production and sell them as valuable new weapons. You're selling aphrodisiacs and stimulants as biological weapons? I really don't know what to say, but considering that only ordinary demons would enter the mortal plane after the demon wave ended, the sales of this medicine would probably be quite ordinary. However, it would be worth experimenting with fire element demons. As long as one could induce an inferno demon to self-destruct, it would be possible to deal tons of damage. Forget it. Let's not think so much. There's still more than 40 different medicines waiting to be experimented on. Ice Aeon was now in its final explosive phase. The spell models had stabilized, so I could actually be distracted. Although I still had to chant this long and annoying incantation, I now had the free time to pay more attention to the battlefield. The battle on the ground had also reached a stalemate. The elves were able to catch a breather now that the Mist Alliance's human warriors had joined the battle. However, the elves were displeased that the human warriors had suffered casualties in the first wave of battle. The elves seemed to be having an easy time dealing with the demons, but the Mist Alliance's heavy infantry and magic swordsmen were at a disadvantage the moment they started fighting. These demons were incredibly strong and didn't fear pain. Not only that, they could self-destruct at any moment. They were indeed the most troublesome melee opponents. Even though the elves had made plenty of preparations, it was inevitable that new soldiers would become veterans when facing such opponents. Casualties were inevitable. Fortunately, Renee and the others personally joined the battle and stabilized the situation. What surprised me was that her 2 concubines also joined the battle. One of them was a strong and agile swordsman, while the other was a mage who was skilled in both divine arts and magic. Both of them were quite strong. How much longer will the forbidden spell take? About an hour. Who said that it would take only half an hour? It's already been 10 minutes. You're telling me that it'll take another hour? Harloise and Renee's conversation was filled with anger. I was currently unable to move, so I could only rely on Harloise to tell me what to say. Just a single clash had caused the loss of over 100 elite warriors. Renee also felt quite pained at the fact that the demon wave truly lived up to its name. Naturally, she was also quite angry. He said that it would take at least half an hour, and at most 3 hours. Harloise's voice became softer and softer as she spoke. The situation was indeed quite bad. Countless warriors were dying every second, and the battle was far more intense than expected. But at this time, both sides could only try their best to hold on. There was no turning back after a shot was fired. Only the courageous would win. Whoever gave up first would be the one to die. Roland, as expected of the #1 scammer in the past 1,000 years. Not only are you scamming your enemies, you're also scamming your teammates. Cough. What did this have to do with me? Why did I get innocently attacked again? Chapter 643. The snowflakes kept getting larger and larger. The ground was now covered in a thick layer of snow. Ordinary people would only be able to see several dozen meters in front of them. Snowflakes the size of a palm were no longer an exaggeration. Every snowflake that landed on one's body would cause obvious pain. The highly condensed ice element scattered in the sky and descended in natural forms. Snowflakes, snowballs, and snow bricks were all essentially the same. They were all part of the forbidden spell, creating a world of ice and snow. World of ice and snow wasn't just an exaggeration. It was an actual statement. As the forbidden spell unfurled, all other elemental powers would be instinctively rejected. All non-ice magic would be greatly reduced in power, or even rendered completely unusable. This was the artificial magic forbidden zone that came with the complete version of the forbidden spell. The principle was actually quite simple. There was simply too much ice and snow element, so the space for other elements to exist was compressed. This was doubtlessly a nightmare for mages who needed to gather elemental powers. The worst off were fire magic, which was the opposite of ice and snow. Even legend-rank fire mages wouldn't be able to cast a single fireball towards the end of the forbidden spell. The appearance of the anti-magic zone doubtlessly meant that the forbidden spell was nearing its end. It was now the final eruption period. The forbidden spell that was capable of destroying everything could be released at any moment. Kill him. Stop him. Was he going to die in the next moment? Or was this another type of immortality? All living creatures' instincts to fear death were warning all living creatures around them. The berserk demons went berserk yet again. However, it was difficult for them to move forward in the snowstorm. Demons also had natural elements and natural talents. Their signature smell of sulfur already explained many things. Most demons were born with excellent fire resistance and poison resistance. There were also quite a few who were experts at using fire. This wasn't only a natural choice. As demons lived in the dangerous, endless chaos abyss, they needed explosive attack power. The most popular type was naturally fire magic that could be used in most environments and had great destructive power. High-level demons like Inferno demons were the perfect power level in the eyes of many demons. The will of the Chaos Abyss had forcefully modified the war slaves, giving them the ability to self-destruct. Self-destruction was the combat technique that fire element creatures were most skilled at. This was the equivalent of modifying the war slaves with fire elements. But now the demons born with the fire attribute were in big trouble. Not only was the blizzard constantly taking away their body temperature and physical strength, but it also expelled the boiling magic power in their bloodlines. Some cannon fodder demons even began to lose the freedom to self-destruct. However, the enemies weren't the only ones suffering from the heavy snowfall. The elves' clothing had one thing in common. They looked cool and simple, but in reality they used magic accessories and small magic spells to solve the problem of body temperature loss. Now, when all the low-level magic equipment began to lose its effectiveness, the elves began to shiver and regret wearing so little. Fortunately, the reinforcements from the Northlands were probably the best in the world at fighting in the snow. They even had snow sleds and ice mages with them. The snow was their natural ally. Demons that were slow and numb in the snow were much easier to deal with. Even if the walls were destroyed, the snow could be used to reinforce the walls. Ice Aeon, the trembling empress, Athena the first, forced out this name through her teeth as she stood on the city walls. The gods of ice and Ice Aeon had both called out Roland and Yonga. By now, it was likely that everyone recognized this top-level ice element forbidden spell. More than 100 years ago, this forbidden spell had destroyed several kingdoms of the elves. Some of these kingdoms had even fallen into eternal slumber in the snow. Yonga was famous for his hatred of the elves. He had always been viewed as the elves' mortal enemy. Ice Aeon was treated as an executioner's murder weapon, an ominous taboo that was buried in history. Forbidden spells could be divided into different levels based on their power, area of effect, and function. But no matter how it was divided, Ice Aeon would always be a top-level forbidden spell. The complete version of Ice Aeon would create a world of ice and snow. Its area of effect and duration would be adjusted according to the caster's wishes. Of course, the more powerful the spell, the more mana and preparation time it would require. This forbidden spell had caused countless calamities in the past. Its largest explosion was the freezing of an entire kingdom of the elves. That kingdom of the elves was a small country. Although it only had several medium-sized cities, its territory was still several thousand square kilometers. The ice magic had lasted for several hundred years without any signs of freezing. However, some powerful individuals had managed to survive from that incident. In that case, most people believed that Ice Aeon's area of effect and area of effect were its strong points. Ice Aeon's attack power wasn't too ridiculous. With just one attack, it was likely that the newly born Elven Empire would become a land of ice and snow for more than 100 years. Not a single elf would be able to calmly leave this place. They could only say goodbye to their homeland with tears in their eyes. They then looked up at the airship in the sky with complex expressions and emotions. Without a doubt, that was where the Lord of Eternal Night was currently casting this spell. What happened more than 200 years ago might be nothing more than legends or bedtime stories to other species. But in the elves' memories, it was as if it had happened just yesterday. There was no elf who wouldn't tremble in fear when talking about this unstoppable disaster. And now, Ice Aeon had actually reappeared in the world. It was actually cast in order to protect the elves. This was quite ironic. Right now, I didn't have the time to care about the elves' feelings. What was happening right now was giving me a headache. I think I put in too much mana. I put in 3 times more mana than usual. With how cautious I was, I had originally estimated that I would only have half an hour to prepare for the spell's activation. The reason why I said it would take longer was so that I could mentally prepare myself in case things went too far. I never expected that things would really go too far. Ice Aeon was probably the forbidden spell that had appeared the most in the past 300 years. Compared to the unlucky ones who ended up crippling themselves or exploding after casting the forbidden spell, I was much more experienced, as I was one of the few mages with experience casting multiple forbidden spells. As well as the one who created this forbidden spell, it went without saying how familiar I was with the spell. However, the forbidden spell didn't change. Instead, the mage and the environment around me changed. Compared to the past, my bloodline was much more powerful, and I also had ice and death magic that buffed my mana pool. My mana reserves were no less than when I was still Yonya. Also, my understanding of the nature of ice and the foundational magic that I learned from Frigid Maw had greatly improved my spellcasting ability. Spells that would have required 10% of my mana in the past would now require less than 5% of my mana. I never expected that my foundational magic would be so compatible with Ice Aeon. My foundational ice magic was the most basic form of ice sculpting, which would transform the image in my mind into ice. Meanwhile, Ice Aeon would transform the ice age in my mind into an actual world of ice and snow. Theoretically speaking, this was also a type of ice sculpting. It was just that the range of ice sculpting was much larger, and the form of ice sculpting was much more complex. This was the equivalent of me being an artist. Originally, it would take me 3 hours to draw a portrait of a person, but after bitterly practicing my foundational skills and improving my drawing tools, 3 hours would be enough for me to draw a family portrait. If I had used my original drawing abilities to calculate the time needed, then I would definitely have made a mistake. The end result was that my 1 portion of mana was equivalent to 2 portions of work. Plus, my physical body's mana itself had been strengthened, and the elemental tide's magic effects had been strengthened. It was likely that the final product would far surpass the original historical record. This wasn't a good thing. Only noobs would pursue the strongest magic. Overly powerful magic would easily surpass the mage's limits. It would be the equivalent of a bomb that could self-destruct at any moment. And even if it didn't self-destruct, it would still greatly increase the casting time and difficulty. And right now, time was life. Is it going to take at least half an hour? I've really gone overboard this time. The battle against the mortals was still fine. The snow had effectively slowed down the demon's attacks. However, Anslow's situation was becoming worse and worse as he fought against the gods. As mentioned before, under normal circumstances, once a battle between main god-level existences began, let alone a few days or a few months, it was very normal for it to go on for years or even decades. However, the current situation was different. The demon wave was Donati's home turf. Donati's combat strength was at its peak. Meanwhile, Anslow had not only lost his divine kingdom, he had also been seriously injured. More importantly, Anslow was already weaker than Donati's to begin with. With this addition and subtraction, the difference became even greater. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the gigantic Anslow god collapsed yet again. His shattered head speedily regenerated. By the time he crawled back up, he had completely recovered. However, he had used up his precious divine power. Every part of his divine body was created from his divine power. It was his final fortress. Anslow's seemingly simple rebirth had caused more than 100 years of accumulation to vanish just like that. Meanwhile, Anslow's opponent was an even larger black giant. Although Anslow was also covered in injuries, he had yet to be defeated. Time was limited. Donati's didn't use his normal combat style to test the waters. The empty Valkyrie Palace made it impossible for him to summon any helpers. Donati's unhesitatingly chose a melee combat style that would trade injuries for lives. This was already the 4th time he had killed Anslow. Everyone could tell that the situation was dire. Nobody could guarantee how much longer Anslow would be able to last. Without his divine kingdom and countless worshippers, it would be difficult for him to even replenish his divine power. The moment he used up all his divine power to the point where he couldn't regenerate anymore would be the moment that he would die. And the defeat of a main god would also mean the death of the entire elven faction. Since the gods were at a disadvantage in the battle against the gods, more demon lords and war slaves were able to easily pass through the elven gods' blockade. The mortals were now facing even stronger opponents, and my side was beginning to be threatened. Some inferno dragons had already reached the New Borealis. Although they were instantly shot down, they were still a threat. Once the New Borealis was shot down, that would mean that the forbidden spell had failed. I didn't know how much longer Anslow would be able to last, but I felt that it was highly likely that our side would be the first to collapse. My anxiety transformed into motivation as I racked my brain to think of a solution. However, the anti-magic domain created by the snowstorm also prevented me from making any other choices. Wait a moment, perhaps I can use the ice element here. My previous experience of forcefully using ice element to construct an ice wall on the battlefield reminded me that I was the one who had cast this forbidden spell. The ice element here was created because of me. In that case, I should be able to use it to do something. Right now, I was chanting an incantation and constantly making hand gestures. Indeed, I didn't have the time to deal with anything else. However, the mages had long since come up with a method to cast spells in places that they couldn't reach. That was to use the other half of their soul connection to cast spells in place of them. That was a magical pet that had signed a soul contract with me. Harloise. I unhesitatingly gave her all my knowledge, memories, and ideas. Since Harloise's magical knowledge was even higher than mine, I might as well teach her everything. Elven Empress Harloise, who was currently commanding the battle on the city wall, felt dizzy as if she had been hit in the head. She then realized what was going on and could only helplessly shake her head. This is... Forget it. I'll just treat it as grinding reputation. I looked around and saw that the 2 elven empresses and ministers weren't too far away from each other. Both sides had awkward expressions as they looked at each other. This was especially true for Empress Athena I, who had a complex expression as she looked at Harloise. Harloise started floating in the air. The snowflakes gathered around her and transformed into a solid staircase of ice and snow. She closed her eyes as she stepped on the snow staircase, step by step into the sky, causing many people below to exclaim in surprise. Asterisk snap. Asterisk Harloise snapped her fingers, and several dozen flying snow birds appeared around her. These were ice element creatures that had just been born. All Harloise did was borrow Roland's authority as a mage to gather the ice element to create ice element creatures. This was no different from using a mage tower to cast magic. The mana cost for the ice element creatures was negligible. These snow birds would soon be torn apart by the demons and return to being ice and snow. However, Harloise chuckled at the scene. This meant that her experiment had succeeded. "Come out, my guards of ice and snow." At Harloise's command, ice element creatures were born from the snow one after another. They unhesitatingly charged towards the demon army. Snow wolves, snow horses, snow dragons. They came in different forms. There were hundreds, tens, thousands, tens of thousands. Their numbers were astonishing. But the worst part was that even if they were shattered into pieces, they would instantly become materials for the newly born ice element creatures. The current Moonwheel capital seemed even more like an ice elemental plane than the ice elemental plane. Challenging these ice element creatures here would be the equivalent of challenging the endless elemental tide. What was even more astonishing was that these ice element creatures were actually evolving in the midst of battle. These newborn ice element creatures were quite weak, but after being reborn several times, they became sly and skilled in battle. The elemental essence they obtained from repeatedly killing each other began to gather and create even stronger ice element creatures. The elemental planes would normally require hundreds or even thousands of years to complete their evolution. Yet this evolution was completed in just a few short minutes. As all sorts of high-level ice element creatures were born, it seemed that there were signs of elemental lords being born. Tall and sturdy ice giants, polar white wolf kings that could summon blizzards with their roars, and gigantic sky-covering ice dragons. These rarely seen ice element creatures were actually displaying their own evolution paths in front of everyone. They had all evolved from the most basic of elemental creatures. The one that attracted the most attention was probably an ice phoenix. She herself didn't enter the front lines, but everywhere she went, ice eggs would appear. Young ice phoenixes would soon jump out, and these ice phoenixes would dance in the wind and snow. They would soon grow to the same size as their mother, and then unhesitatingly enter the front lines. These high-level elemental creatures obviously possessed intelligence. After they were born, they would first raise their heads to look at the borealis in the sky. The spellcaster, there was the source of magic that gave birth to them. It could be said that the spellcaster was their blood-related father. They would then lower their heads to Harloise, as she was the creator who personally created them. And then they would unhesitatingly enter the front lines. They instinctively knew that as long as their forbidden spell was interrupted, they would return to being ice and snow. And as long as the forbidden spell was successfully cast, they would become truly independent elemental creatures in this frozen elemental land. It was evident that Roland and the Goddess of Order's creator-goddess authority was mysteriously effective at this time. The addition of these ice element creatures helped to restore balance to the battle that had gone out of control. Harloise's power to casually summon such powerful ice and snow creatures was more than enough to shock all the witnesses. So, they're the favored children of the Goddess of Order, the species with the most magical talent in the world. Or is this the all-knowing special ability? Previously, Harloise's rescue gave everyone the impression that a ruler was magnanimous and forgiving. But this time, what Harloise displayed was probably the strength that a ruler in this dangerous world needed to possess. She was forgiving towards her own kind and powerful against her enemies. As long as she didn't act too foolish, her crown would become ever more stable. Meanwhile, on the airship, Dedina finally made up her mind as she watched this scene. Chapter 644. I once traversed countless ice plains and witnessed the strength of life and the greatness of nature. I was also once intoxicated by the magnificence of glaciers, but true beauty can only be seen in the frozen sea beneath the glaciers. On the battlefield, the passionate voice was exclaiming about the strength of life and describing his own understanding of glaciers. This long incantation was now reaching its end. Amidst the heavy snow that made it difficult for people to see clearly, the deep male voice was guiding all those who wished to survive. Everyone knew that once this voice ended, everything would come to an end. If they wanted to survive, They would have to stop this voice from continuing. However, their path to survival was blocked by newborn ice element creatures. The endless number of snow monsters, ice demons, and ice element creatures would be endless. In a different location, newborn ice element creatures wouldn't be able to fight against the Chaos Abyss army. But in this special time period, these ice element creatures could use their elemental power to crush these demons who were unable to use their supernatural powers. Even further north in the Northlands, I passed through the eternal sea of ice as the undead. Yet, I still struggled to survive in an extremely cold cave. That fatal northernmost wind could freeze and shatter my soul. Fortunately, I witnessed a beautiful aurora before I was in a daze. On a snow-white plain, the sky opened up a window of color. That was a beautiful scene I'll never be able to imagine. This was all Roland's previous understanding of ice and snow. It was also the original Ice Aeon incantation. But after this, there were some differences. At the end of the void, in the land of reincarnation, ice and snow are the foundation of life. For the undead, every ice crystal is a piece of flesh and blood. A body of flesh and blood is no different from a body of ice and snow. The secrets of life are revealed in ice and snow. The most common magic in the mortal plane was the 4 elements of water, fire, earth, and wind. These 4 elements were also the source of all magic. The reason for this was because they were the 4 elements that made up the world of Aichi. Research that discovered the laws and essence of nature finally developed into natural science and modern civilization. Research that explored the secrets and origins of the world of Aichi also created elemental magic and a brilliant magical civilization. But now, Aichi wasn't the only mortal plane. Death, law, ice, and holy light. Previously, these were all derivative and composite concepts of the 4 elements. But now, as the 4 elements of hell, these concepts were basically the cornerstones of elemental magic. They would become more and more common, and this commonality would greatly increase the number of elemental users, as well as the elemental magic's effects and abilities. As the users and elemental magic's effects became stronger, the number of derivative concepts would also increase. It would be quite troublesome to explain in theory, but it would be quite simple to put it into practice. The newly born holy light now had the common function of the light of salvation. Law and death were combined together, giving birth to the power of hell's judgment that could directly judge and even kill based on the natural laws of hell. Meanwhile, ice, the power of life that represented the undead in hell, also gained a new concept and effect: life ice. The great snow mountain magical realm was a newly born ice elemental plane. The frigid moss species here had already begun a complete evolution. Ice magic, which had originally only been derived from water magic, was now becoming more and more independent. Since some major magic spells were capable of drawing upon the power of the ice elemental planes, ice magic and talents would be strengthened once again. The most obvious change was now known to everyone. It's now much easier to summon and create ice element creatures and magical puppets. It's now possible to create pure ice elemental creatures. It's quite easy to make ice and snow form their own will. It's also much easier for undead to evolve after they've been given bodies of ice. This was a rule that mages had recently discovered. However, ice mages weren't mainstream in this world to begin with, so the effects weren't that obvious. The most obvious change was that ice mages could now bring more elemental pets with them as meat shields. More undead mages would learn ice magic as well. But as the most famous undead and ice mages in the world, they now had new understandings of forbidden spells. The Ice Age era is about to begin. That will be a paradise for ice and snow creatures. The revised incantation was an additional incantation. The ice element, which had originally been a byproduct of forbidden spells, was now being developed again. Countless ice elemental creatures walked out from within, and the gathered ice and snow automatically opened up an elemental door. On the other side was the familiar endless snow mountains. the ice elemental plane, the great snow mountain magical realm. This elemental door wasn't a true teleportation portal. However, high-level ice elemental creatures had placed their own life imprints into it, which meant that they had anchored their souls to the ice elemental plane. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed, they would be sent back to the ice elemental plane, just like the fire elemental lords who died in the mortal plane. This elemental door was also helping the ice elemental creatures to evolve and grow. Under the illumination of this elemental door, many ice elemental creatures obtained their own will and even started evolving on their own. Now, an ice elemental lord had appeared. That gigantic ice phoenix with several hundred baby phoenixes had already obtained her true name in the ice elemental plane. She had even transformed into a human form. Her human form of ice was wearing an extravagant crown of ice crystals. Every time she waved her sparkling icicle staff, a rain of icicles would fall from the sky. The ice phoenixes around her were all sealed in ice. Any demon that came into contact with them wouldn't even be able to self-destruct. Ice phoenixes were basically the bane of all Chaos War slaves. The most ridiculous part was that this small area contained an endless amount of ice element. The power of the ice element was comparable to the power of the elemental throne. Ice elemental creatures were rapidly evolving within this area. Even if they were defeated, they would be able to rapidly regenerate by replenishing the ice element. This was an idea that Ice Elemental Lord had come up with after being forced into a corner. A magical pet that was even more skilled in magic than a forbidden spell mage herself had been longing for a new elemental plane with ice elemental lords and ice elemental creatures. This created this miraculous creation. The snow froze the endless number of Chaos War slaves. The Chaos War slaves were unable to use any supernatural abilities against the endless number of ice elemental creatures. However, the ice elemental creatures that could use the power of ice actually had a qualitative advantage over the ice elemental creatures. Finally, ever since the demon wave began, the Chaos faction's endless number of Chaos War slaves were being suppressed. Under Harlow's control, the ice castle from before appeared once again. This ice castle had been repeatedly reinforced and increased in height. This would be fatal for the demons that were stuck in the snow and slid on the ground. The demons' attacks were stopped, and the forbidden spell's incantation was about to end. It seemed that victory was about to arrive, but at this moment, a black beam of light descended. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, the newly constructed ice castle wall and the Moonwheel capital's main gate were simultaneously sliced apart. A black giant approached the city wall, causing the elves in the city to fall into despair and fear. Not only did the black obsidian greatsword slice apart the Moonwheel capital's final city gate, it also shattered the elves' morale that the Moonwheel capital's defenders had been lucky. The scene before them even broke their backs. The supreme light of the elves, Donati's appeared with 2 spoils of war at his waist. These were 2 skulls that were still dripping with divine power. These 2 skulls belonged to the elven gods Anslo and Sonia. These 2 gods' eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. It was as if they couldn't believe that they had already died. But now, even Harlois, who had gotten her revenge, couldn't smile anymore. That was because the black giant god's next target was the new Borealis, which was not far away in the sky. Chapter 645. Donatis had made so many preparations, but when it came time for the final battle, they would have to face each other head-on. The magical snow obscured both sides' vision. The defenders instinctively and passively defended. While they were delighted that the enemy's attacks had weakened, they didn't expect that the god of death had already arrived. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Donatis sliced through the city wall with his sword. His next attack swept through all the guards and ballistic cannons on the city wall. Pitch-black shadows covered the giant god's body. His silent eyes were burning like black suns. Behind him, in the icy snow, the headless and dismembered corpses of the gods had already piled up into a small mountain. The The Chaos War God had once again proven his power in this battle. In less than an hour, the entire elf god faction that had attempted to stop the demon wave had been destroyed like mantises trying to stop a chariot. Donati's next step would be the floating battleships in the sky, as long as he eliminated the caster of the forbidden spell. The forbidden spell that was threatening the demon wave and the snow that was obstructing the Chaos Abyss's army would stop. Everything would return to normal. However, what astonished Donatis was that after a short period of fear, the mortals didn't despair. Instead, they organized their final defense line. A withered and heavily injured Treant elder charged forward. However, Donatis stomped him into smithereens. Meanwhile, his companions transformed into a forest of thorns that became a bloodwood defense line. The elven rangers had long since finished shooting their last arrows. They held savagely, just like the beastmen that they looked down on in the past. They raised their weapons and charged forward to their deaths, all in order to stall the elf gods for a few more seconds. As the elf gods were all destroyed, the elf gods' elven priests and priestesses either instantly went insane or directly died. The few remaining young priests had tears in their eyes as they held their wooden clubs and fought for their lives. They died the same way as the rangers. What happened to the warriors that always stood at the front? At this time, the elven warrior job classes that were still alive and able to walk no longer deserved to be called warriors. Silver elf nobles, moon elf royalty, wild elf bastards. At this moment, there was no difference. Everyone knew that if they didn't risk their lives, they would die. But at least there was a glimmer of hope. In the floating city, there were all the elves' children and books. They were the hope of the future. The Mist Alliance's reinforcements had already completed their mission. The ordinary warriors had already returned to the floating airships as ordered. However, Renee still had a complex expression as she watched the elves rush off to their deaths. Even though she didn't have a favorable impression of the elves, she still had a slight favorable impression of the brave warriors who sacrificed themselves to protect the elves. God Donatis himself was actually the one who was moved by this scene the most. He happily welcomed every warrior's challenge on the battlefield. His joy was even greater than when he had fought Anslo to the death. He carefully avoided massacres and directly killed every warrior who challenged him. Every time a warrior's physical body was destroyed, another person would appear in the empty Valkyrie palace. Even in the face of despair, the souls of brave warriors are the foundation of Valkyrie. Aren't we being a little too despicable? No, we only told them information. This is all their choice. Indeed, this sacrifice was valuable. Donatis had been addicted to accepting the warriors' challenges and appreciating the warriors' soul light before their deaths. This caused him to slow down in his slaughter. This had already happened once in the Chaos Abyss. Donatis admired the weak who dared to challenge him. It was no secret that he would give them more time to use their full potential. However, the fact that he was willing to use this as a method to stall for time showed how cruel and merciless the person who came up with this idea was. It could only be said that Donatis had reached the point where he had to find a way out. Rain was still too young. The information she had passed on had caused the scene before her, and the inexplicable sense of guilt made it hard for her to breathe. Is there a difference? Even if we scatter and retreat, Donatis will probably kill us even faster if he gets serious about killing us. Harloise was quite open-minded about this. Even so, the elves' sacrifice wouldn't be able to buy much time. Donatis would soon realize his mistake. The other obstacle was that the newly born elemental lords wouldn't even be worth mentioning in front of Donatis. Donatis's pure power would still overwhelm everything. Only the courageous would win. This seemed to have become an ironclad rule on the battlefield. However, very few people noticed that the prerequisite for this rule was that both sides were roughly equal in power. In front of pure brute force, bravery would only be able to stall for time before death. But there was still a second part to the courageous would win. When the courageous meet, the wise win. Since bravery was useless, Perhaps the side that planned more beforehand would have an easier time obtaining the final victory. This is the final gamble. Activate the backup plan. 10 minutes ago, a certain decision was made. At this moment, a tremendous explosion came from the source of the demon wave. If anyone could see through the snow in the sky, they would be able to see that snowflakes were also spreading in that direction, but exploding at an even faster speed. Marguerite's copy of the Ice Aeon? Has it already begun? Donati's is undefeatable in the demon wave, but if he's not in the demon wave. From the very start, our faction was missing a bunch of people. Adam, Marguerite, and the others had arrived here on an airship together with us, but they had split up not long ago. Calculating their travel time, they should have arrived here before us since they had arrived on an assault airship in advance. It was just that their destination was different. Their mission was to attack when necessary, interfere with the Chaos Abyss's dimensional forces, and temporarily cut off the demon wave. This was a backup plan that we had come up with beforehand, as well as a choice that we had no other choice. What would happen if we kept their outstanding combat strength by our side? Ice Aeon's anti-magic domain would cripple Marguerite as she was a mage. Little Red was the reincarnation of a fire element red dragon. She was still a young dragon, so it was likely that she would freeze to death. Eliza was a peak inferno demon, so she would probably be no different from Little Red. Adam should have been in his best condition, but he just so happened to have a phoenix heart at this time, transforming into a dual element of wind and fire. Not only would he be weakened by the ice, his heart would also stop beating. The final result would likely be that the strongest adventuring team in all of Ike would be slapped to death by the strongest Chaos War God in an environment with the weakest elemental stats. In that case, the elven gods had died quite unjustly. Everyone knew that the elves were the most skilled at magic, yet they had to fight against the Chaos War God in this anti-magic domain. This was just like humans giving up their weapons and fighting against chimpanzees barehanded. It would seem that Anslow wasn't as weak as I had originally thought, so I had been a super useless teammate. Cough, cough, of course. Trying to cut off the demon wave would also be incredibly dangerous, but I wouldn't send out a signal unless absolutely necessary. I seem to have forgotten something. That's right. Eliza had also come to the mortal plane. She had sent a message to Anslow. Since Anslow was able to return to the mortal plane through the Chaos Abyss dimensional door, there was no reason why Eliza, who was also a Chaos Lord, wouldn't be unable to return as well. Right now, Eliza was probably waiting on the other side of the Chaos Abyss. When Adam and the others attacked the Chaos Abyss dimensional door, Eliza would pincer attack from both sides. It would be impossible to permanently close a dimensional door that had already stabilized. However, it would be quite easy for Marguerite to simultaneously disrupt the dimensional door's connection to both sides and temporarily cut off the connection between the two planes. Judging from the current situation, the Chaos faction hadn't sent out any powerful Chaos Lords to guard the dimensional door. There had actually been one, but Anslow had conveniently killed one of them. Marguerite's plan was quite successful. At that moment, the demon wave was truly cut off. How long could the demon wave be cut off for? 3 minutes? 1 minute? Half a minute? Nobody could guarantee anything. However, it would still be possible to buy several dozen seconds before the will of the Chaos Abyss became furious. Still, we could sense that Donati's had obviously been weakened from this moment onward. However, the situation hasn't changed yet. Even if an elephant loses half its weight in one night, it can still easily stomp a mouse to death. The Chaos War God's expression didn't change at all. However, the sudden change in the situation caused him to come to a realization. He stopped admiring the heroic soul's performance and directly charged towards the floating battleships, starting a massacre along the way. No, the situation has changed. Venerated Order main gods, your mortal enemy, Donati's, has been isolated from the demon wave. He's alone now. Are you going to miss such an excellent opportunity? I didn't need to do anything. Countless pairs of eyes had been staring at this place ever since the demon wave first appeared. If the Order main gods really wanted to do something, they wouldn't miss this opportunity. Well done, young man. A white-bearded old man suddenly appeared in the sky, together with this praise. The white-bearded old man raised his staff and pointed it at Donati's. An arcane cage then descended and tightly locked Donati's within. This white-bearded old man was the wisdom god Calamandas, who had long since been in cahoots with the Hades. Of course, Calamandas would be no match for Donati's, nor would he risk his life for us. However, according to our previous secret agreement, Calamandas would only act when we needed him the most and slightly obstruct us. However, there was a saying called beating a drowning dog. There was also a certain type of behavior called supporting. Calamandas' incarnation vanished without a trace right after it appeared. The next instant, a chain of lightning suddenly appeared out of nowhere and struck Donati's body. A gigantic warhammer descended from the sky and smashed into his head. A small tree, sapling, suddenly wrapped itself around his feet. Donati's was still dizzy and disoriented. The reinforcements that I had been waiting for the most had finally arrived. Just like last time, a golden holy light incarnation appeared. This incarnation was so bright that no one could see it clearly. However, this incarnation was far more powerful than it had been in the past. The god of holy light had arrived. The god of holy light was the strongest Order main god in the mortal plane. Now that there was an opportunity to kill off a powerful chaos main god who wasn't on his home turf, how could the god of holy light possibly miss out on this opportunity to kill off the vanguard of the chaos main god and spread his faith and divine might? Perhaps this was a trap filled with evil intentions. However, this trap's target wasn't just the elven gods. The end of the cycle of reincarnation has arrived. Ice Aeon shall become eternal. At this moment, I was about to finish my forbidden spell. The moment that I finished my incantation, the forbidden spell Ice Aeon activated. Chapter 646. If the creator of all of Ike was an artist, she would have probably given different colors to all the dimensions and regions. Most of the dimensions would be a mixture of many colors. That would be the result of natural selection. However, there were extremely few extreme dimensions that would always be monochromatic due to the existence of overly strong dimensional and dimensional laws. For example, the deepest part of the ocean was blue. Only aquatic species would know the color underwater. The chaos abyss was blood red. The demons of chaos used their own blood as well as the flesh and blood of others to irrigate this land. Mountain paradise was golden. That was the overly powerful light of Order. In the past, it would have been difficult for ordinary people to survive in these regions due to the intense colors. However, the current Moonwheel capital was monochromatic. Here there was only white. Ice Aeon shall be eternal. The moment that the golden god of holy light appeared, the seemingly endless incantation came to an end. As the final incantation ended, the Ice Age descended upon the world. With me as the core, the entire world began to change colors. All colors were wiped out. In the end, the only thing left in this world was an endless expanse of white. The countless demons in the demon wave finally stopped moving. The inferno dragons in the sky transformed into ice sculptures that shattered into pieces. The demon army that had been so noisy just a moment ago transformed into countless lifelike ice sculptures in the next instant. These ice sculptures were so translucent that even the naked eye could see their hearts and soul fire rapidly extinguishing. The glaciers continued spreading. The snow devoured everything. The trees, mountains, and rivers became white. There was no forgiveness, no exceptions. Only those within the range of the forbidden spell would be frozen. Even the clouds would be frozen. Even the sunlight would be frozen. Even the magma deep underground would be frozen. The glaciers continued spreading. The plains became snowy plains, the rivers became icy lakes, the forests became snowy forests, and the mountains became glaciers. The demon army that was several dozen kilometers or even several hundred kilometers away transformed into exquisite art pieces the moment they encountered the glaciers. They entered eternity together with the demon army. The Moonwheel capital was finished. The ruined city walls, palaces, and demons all transformed into ice sculptures. Although the Moonwheel capital wasn't frozen because it was the center, the extreme coldness in the surroundings was gradually eroding this only paradise. In the end, everything would be reduced to ice and snow. Even several hundred kilometers away, the Chaos Abyss dimensional door was frozen by the forbidden spell. The unlucky ones that didn't have the time to teleport were directly sealed in ice. Only the strongest demon lords were still fighting against the ice that covered their skin. A moment ago, the battlefield was still noisy, but in the next moment, it was so quiet that it was terrifying. Due to many factors, this ice aeon once again set a new record in history. The entire Elven Empire was frozen, and everything was forcefully dyed white. The number of casualties was incalculable. The massive river of ice even flowed backwards into the gate of the abyss, freezing that layer of the abyss into a river of ice. Countless demon reserve troops were completely annihilated in their sleep. Perhaps the furious will of the Chaos Abyss would soon notice this place, and a new demon wave would be driven into the mortal plane. However, at this moment, the demon wave and demon lords that invaded the mortal plane had indeed been completely destroyed. The demon wave had stopped. If one could look down from outer space, one would probably see that the entire continental plate had been forcefully dyed white. It wasn't that nobody had ever thought of using forbidden spells against the demon wave before. However, I was the only one who had truly succeeded. After all, although forbidden spells were rare, they weren't extinct. However, in front of an endless demon wave, forbidden spells had a casting limit that was more than enough to kill the caster over 100 times. Not everyone had a main god-level, powerful individual sacrificing themselves to act as a meat shield. But now I was unable to feel happy. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Not only did I use up all of my mana, I felt like I had used up all of my mental energy and mana in my next life. My entire body hurt, and I couldn't even move a single finger. My head felt like it was about to split open. It was as if 500 ducks were having a meeting inside my head, and they were all speaking in different dialects. The fact that you're still able to say such a thing means that you're still far from death. While my head was still spinning, Harloise was still laughing at my misfortune. However, she examined me for me and heaved an obvious sigh of relief. How inconceivable. There aren't any permanent aftereffects even after all this. Do you really want me to split my luggage that badly? Are you the second senior brother that the monkeys sent? As I spoke nonsense, I struggled to climb back up to my feet. I discovered that my body had only been overdrawn. Not only did Harloise feel relieved, even I myself heaved a sigh of relief. There was a price to pay for using forbidden spells. Even the tiniest bit of magical backlash from a powerful forbidden spell would destroy the soul of the person who came into contact with it. The price to pay for a forbidden spell would most likely be the caster's life and soul. At the very least, it would be the caster's lifespan and health. No matter if the spell was successfully cast or not, a forbidden spell mage would typically die very quickly. This was also why only a few special existences like Yongya were able to cast forbidden spells multiple times. Back in the day, Yongya was a great lich with a silver bloodline. He relied on his system's assistance to forcefully repair his damaged soul with fate points, which was why he was able to do so much. This time, there were no lasting after effects. It was probably because this body's bloodline was strong enough to withstand the backlash from the forbidden spell. Right, there should be a reward for killing so many of them, right? Yes, I'm still calculating. However, you should be able to obtain your myth-ranked weapon. This was an unexpected surprise, but I didn't have the time to be happy right now. Notify the entire fleet to begin a large-scale retreat. We're already running. You don't need to tell us. The fleet had indeed begun moving. The moment that the forbidden spell activated, Yongya had already hidden himself in the land of Hades. The moment that the forbidden spell activated, our fleet began fleeing for their lives. Behind us were two gigantic snow elephants. One of them had twisted wings of light on its back, while the other was a gigantic giant. Even a main god would be instantly frozen if they were hit by a forbidden spell at such a close distance. Soon, our sensors sent us the latest image. The statue of light directly shattered into pieces. It was obvious that it was only a clone. However, I was rather delighted. After all, being able to kill off one of the God of Holy Light's clones to vent my anger was already the best result in my calculations. If the God of Holy Light's true body had come, we wouldn't have been able to take it. As for its opponent, the black giant, it immediately thawed out in an instant. The gigantic black war god looked towards us, seemingly intending to chase after us. However, he then furrowed his eyebrows and seemed to be hesitating. Seeing this scene, I knew that my plan had succeeded. Luring a main god to attack Donati's wasn't really for the sake of killing him. After all, when considering how powerful the Chaos War God was and how much time the demon wave had left, the success rate would be rather low. The scene just now also served as a warning to Donati's and the Order main gods that if we left the battlefield in the Chaos Abyss now that the demon wave had been cut off, it was highly likely that we would be surrounded and attacked by the Order main gods. That would be quite a joke. Of course, just because Donati's wasn't chasing after us now didn't mean that we were safe. Even if the demon wave had been sealed in ice for tens of thousands of kilometers, the demon wave would soon return. If Donati's didn't regain some of his dignity from us, he wouldn't be able to continue living in the Chaos Abyss anymore. However, for the situation to develop to this point, it was already the best outcome that everyone could accept. The demon wave had arrived. Although it had been temporarily defeated, the Order faction had also experienced the threat of the demon wave. It was likely that they could now focus on preparing for battle. Even if I hadn't recorded the battle, the fairies would have taught the human kingdoms and emperors just how terrifying the demon wave was. On the other hand, although a portion of the elves had managed to escape, they had indeed greatly weakened the demon wave. The other human kingdoms would be able to accept this result and the elves' military accomplishments. At the very least, they would acknowledge the Northland's elves' rise and their status as part of the Order faction. Of course, the most important reason was that Anslo and the elven gods had perished. At the very least, the elves would no longer be a threat to the human kingdoms in this holy war. With the Mist Alliance's guarantee, it would be possible to let them go. As for the elves, although they had lost the elven gods, they now had the possibility of being accepted by the Mortal Plains factions. They also had the chance to recover and rise again, as long as their inheritance and history still existed, along with the countless Valkyrie children still growing up. The elves' future would be even brighter than when the elven gods were still alive. Something worth mentioning was that the Elven Empire, Elven Empress, Athena I, and the 4 superior elf leaders had all died for their country. They had all refused to take the path of survival. In the end, she's still like an empress. By now, everyone knew that the future of the elves would belong to the Northland's Elven Empire. And as long as Athena was still alive, there would be moon elves who would reminisce about their former home country and the times when their species was high above everyone else. The other Northland's elves would definitely be on guard against them. In that case, the invisible chasm and schemes would gradually split the elves apart. Even Harloise would find it difficult to deal with this. In the end, the best result would probably be to marginalize the moon elves from their former home country. As long as Athena and the other superior elf leaders all died in battle, the ordinary moon elves and minor nobles would accept reality. As long as Harloise and the other superior elf leaders didn't reform the old system and treat the moon elves differently, the moon elves would receive the same treatment as the 4 superior elf leaders. Everyone could see and understand these schemes, but nobody said anything about it. Meanwhile, Athena's final decision might not be a good choice for an elven empress, but she would at least be a good choice for a moon elf leader. The sky is so blue, I looked out the window. The snow was gone and the sky was clear. There wasn't even a single cloud to be seen. All the clouds had been struck down by a forbidden spell. This type of weather was indeed perfect for escaping, traveling. In just a short 10 minutes, Adam and the others had already given the signal for the demon wave to begin again. This time, the demons that jumped out were all high-level demons. At the very least, the Inferno demon dragon army that just rushed out of the chaos abyss were quite frightening. Several supreme, immemorial demon dragons from the depths of the chaos abyss had even come out. Our next stop was to hurry northward and break through the Hurrit Mountains according to the plan. We would then pass through that incredibly difficult snowy mountain. At the very least, the Chaos Abyss's ground troops wouldn't be able to catch up to us. Why didn't we go through the human kingdoms? Considering how many demons were chasing after us, I felt that any demon lord with a normal IQ would definitely forbid us from entering. This path is truly rather difficult. Chapter 6:47. Even though the airships had been retreating for more than 5 hours, and I had already fallen asleep, I could still see the endless white, snowy plains outside my window. The sunny sky and the thick layer of snow didn't seem like a good match at all. The forbidden spell had changed the terrain of the continent, and as for me, that's right. In such ridiculous weather, I want to lie in my warm blankets and enjoy the snowy scenery while enjoying the fragrance of hot cocoa. And while I'm at it, I also want to watch others fight to the death. If there's a limit to making people angry and mocking you, you're definitely a main god. The battle hadn't ended yet. The first wave of demon dragons had been defeated just 10 minutes ago, and they were still following us from far away. The first wave only had 3 Inferno demon dragons. However, 2 of them were immemorial and 1 was supreme immemorial. The supreme immemorial dragon was likely far stronger than Little Red had been before she had transformed. Our mercenaries were useful, but the dozen or so black and red dragons were quite difficult to deal with. We had to rely on the airship's cannons to force them to retreat. At the most dangerous moment, even Renee, the blue dragon concubine, had to personally join the battle. Furthermore, we were still in the ice plains and mana was low. Inferno demon dragons were of the fire element, so it would indeed be quite difficult for them to survive in such an environment. Plus, it would take far too long to travel from the chaos abyss to the mortal plane, so they probably wouldn't even be able to use half of their full power. The chaos abyss demon dragons were probably the first to catch up to them. After they sent out a signal, the other demon dragons would probably arrive soon. But considering how chaotic and selfish the Chaos faction was, it was quite likely that they would eat themselves to death. Compared to the truly troublesome Donatis, this really isn't much. Donatis hadn't personally pursued the demon dragons, which was the only good news. But as the commander of the demon wave, it was to be expected that he would be unable to leave the demon wave. Still, he definitely wouldn't take this lying down. It was also expected that he would take revenge. Both the Order faction and Chaos faction could reluctantly accept such an ending on the battlefield. It would be difficult to say who was the victor in this battle. Judging from the battle results, we had killed off a tremendous number of Chaos Abyss war slaves, as well as saved the elves' future and inheritance. The Northland's Elven Empire joining the Mist Alliance would greatly increase the Mist Alliance's power level and foundational resources. Large numbers of elven smiths, mages, and droll would be incalculable wealth. In that case, we should count as the victors and beneficiaries of this battle. But from the perspective of the Chaos Abyss, the demon wave had successfully descended, and the elven empire that had been in their way had been completely destroyed. The elven gods had been completely destroyed, and even a main god had been killed. This was the greatest victory of any holy war in the history of the Chaos faction. Judging from the difference in power between the Chaos faction and the Chaos faction was the true victor. It seemed that only the elves were the losers, but from a certain standpoint, this was the brightest and most promising future for the elves. It was a kind of happiness for a rich and powerful family to have a lot of wealth. But a poor family who guarded a priceless family heirloom was inviting trouble for themselves. And if the rich ancestor of the poor family caused a lot of hatred, as a rich heir who was always on tenterhooks, he couldn't just throw away the burden and start all over again. At the very least, we'll be able to get rid of the elven gods that make us feel helpless. Perhaps we'll have a better life. As for the elven god's death, it could be said that it was inevitable. The elves had been so famous and powerful before, but now they had lost so little. Yet the elves had always been ambitious enough to want to revive and rebel. The end result was that the Order gods wanted them dead, and the Chaos evil gods wanted them dead as well. And so the elves truly died. The elves wanted to be a third party, but they weren't a third party that was independent and absolutely neutral. Instead, they wanted to play around with power and tricks. They wanted to be a third party that was on the fence, trying to curry favor with both sides. This third party would be the third party that would be the one to reap the benefits. Yet this third party didn't have enough power or intelligence. Since neither side in this battle was an idiot, it was only natural that this third party would be more dead than dead. Even if the Chaos faction hadn't entered the Moonwheel capital this time, it was highly likely that the elves would still be in trouble. No matter which side attacked the elves, the other side would only happily watch as the elves died. Did the elves really think that the elves would be fooled by their internal strife? As long as the elven gods didn't perish, both sides would forever view the elves as enemies. At the very least, they wouldn't treat the elves as allies. And since the elves didn't have enough power to protect themselves and still tried to remain neutral, it would only be a matter of time before the elves died. This was the general trend. An individual's power would indeed be quite powerless in front of so many factors that would affect the direction of history. Perhaps it was precisely because the elven gods saw through all of this that they were willing to die so easily. At the very least, they died quite valiantly. No, they were just tricked by you. Don't try to flatter them, and don't try to clear your own name. Harloise seemed quite carefree. She peeled an apple for me while secretly eating it. She was even humming a little tune while crossing her legs. Right now, Harloise's true body was sitting next to my bed. That was because I could only lie down in my current condition. Any random thief would be able to kill me, so I still needed some combat strength to protect me. Right now, the most reliable combat strength on the airship was Harloise. But what was the meaning of wearing a dress with a slit in the middle of a snowy day? And you were even crossing your legs. Cough, cough! I couldn't help but retract my gaze. White thighs, large breasts, and so on were all useless. They were nothing more than slime figurines. So what was there to look at? Put down that fruit knife and stop waving it in front of my nose. We could still be friends. Cough, cough! Getting back to the main topic, we hadn't actually done much over the past few days. All we had done was rush up to the demon wave, toss a forbidden spell, and then run away. This was the legendary running away after acting cool, just for the thrill. No, you did quite a bit this time. I received some new news while you were sleeping. You're now number 7 on the Calamity rankings. Should I congratulate you? Damn, why am I on the Calamity rankings again? Didn't you say that I was safe? Safe? You can toss a forbidden spell, yet you're still alive and kicking, and you're still talking about being safe? If you don't count as a humanoid calamity, who does? In 2 days, all the major countries will probably blacklist you and be on guard against you. You also need to be careful of assassins, even in human countries. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry as I nodded. Even if Harloise didn't remind me, I knew what to do. It was common for allies who seemed to be blood-related to each other to steal strategic weapons and technology. Right, what I wanted you to do, it's done. I've already collected everything in Yongya City. However, it's too sensitive right now, so it's best not to touch it. But I think that no matter what you want to do, it should be enough. I nodded in satisfaction. This time, I was so happy that I actually laughed out loud. Of my 4 paths, death was the bloodiest and cruelest. No matter what reason we had for walking down this path, if we wanted to walk down this path of death, we would need a sufficient amount of souls and corpses. As I mentioned before, corpses were no longer necessary at my level. However, if I wanted to create my own myth-ranked weapon, I would need a tremendous amount of undead and souls. The strongest of my 4 magic swords would require a tremendous amount of souls. The more despairing and negative the soul, the better it would be. Back in the Chaos Abyss, in order to obtain souls, we even had the idea of searching for the creator of undead magic, the most ancient demon of all. However, we were forced into a corner. In order to collect a sufficient amount of souls, there would be a better place than on the battlefield. The stronger the power, the more excited the emotions, and the more despairing the negative emotions, the better the undead would be. On the battlefield, the souls of countless brave warriors would burn themselves to the limit, which would easily give birth to powerful undead creatures. Many ancient battlefields were places of eternal death. When I cast my forbidden spell, an uncountable number of Chaos War slaves died. Rather than returning their souls to the river Styx and transforming them into demons again, it would be better for me to use their souls as ingredients. Since I had cast my forbidden spell, I didn't have the time to do anything else. That was why I asked Harloise to help me collect undead souls before the battle began. Only Harloise would be capable of such a shady task. Judging from Harloise's proud expression, she must have collected quite a few undead souls. Do you know that your current actions have completely enraged someone? A third person suddenly appeared, which surprised us. At the same time, Harloise blocked my path. I could sense that an astonishing amount of magic power was gathering in Harloise's hand. If anyone dared to take one more step forward, they would be torn apart by her explosive magic, even if, in a way, this person was Harloise's only relative. Dedina, you've truly surprised me. It would seem that you're still hiding many things. Dedina smiled as well. However, her smile contained a hint of bitterness. Then, let me start from the very beginning. I'll start from my lover, Cavendish Mist's noble goal. Chapter 648. In that case, let me start from the very beginning. I'll start with my lover, Cavendish Mist's noble goal. When Dedina said such a thing, my first reaction wasn't the delight of discovering some secret. Instead, this circle is indescribably chaotic. If that's the case, if Dedina is my sister-in-law, then doesn't that make Harloise my niece? Could it be that all my luck with women had been sucked away by that bastard? It would seem that he had an older sister fetish. Forget about the devil lord from before. He didn't even spare a 10,000-year-old succubus? How enviable. This was insane and outrageous. Yep, I had to condemn such a greedy and wasteful behavior. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the sound of a flying fruit knife whizzing past my ear suppressed all of my dirty thoughts. Through our soul connection, I learned that Harloise, who seemed to be smiling happily, was actually on the verge of going berserk. Sister-in-law, Dedina, do you have any information about Cavendish? Loud explosions could be heard outside the window. I glanced outside, and it seemed that another battle had begun. I couldn't even get out of bed right now, so I could only listen to Dedina's story. Meanwhile, Dedina shook her head as she worriedly began her sensational story. Cavendish is searching for the abyss of chaos. That's far too dangerous. The abyss of chaos? Wasn't the entire chaos abyss the abyss of chaos? We paused in surprise for a moment, but then came to a realization as Dedina pointed downwards. The end of the cycle of reincarnation. The true bottom of the chaos abyss? If it was anyone else, they probably wouldn't even know what the deepest part of the chaos abyss was. However, I just happened to know, and I placed great importance on it. After all, that was the place where Cynthia's physical body is sleeping. This time, it was Dedina's turn to be astonished. She was unable to imagine how a young man, who was only slightly more than 300 years old, like me, would know such an ancient secret. TSK, perhaps it won't be a secret anymore in a few centuries. The holy war between order and chaos was also a harvest of lives and souls by the two creator gods. A tremendous amount of nourishment was injected into the slumbering, creator goddess of chaos physical body. Once she woke up, it would be the end of the world. Logically speaking, we created the Hades and cut off a part of the cycle of reincarnation. The people of order who worshipped the gods of the Hades would no longer belong to the pillar of order. A part of the river Styx also entered the Hades. The nutrients in the cycle of reincarnation would no longer be enough. The awakening of the two goddesses should be a long time coming. On the other hand, the goddess of order's soul fragment was with me, and during the battle of the Hades, Cynthia's soul fragment was taken away by Cavendish. Damn, so that was the problem. What is he going to do in the depths of the abyss? To wake Cynthia? Or should he destroy her body? Or I could use my demon's innate ability to devour the mother goddess body and soul. There are too many possibilities, and it was hard to make a decision. But no matter how he thought about it, it was definitely not a good thing. All right then, since I didn't know, I might as well directly ask. It would seem that Roland was also here to give me information. I don't know. He's never told me before. It's just that he's been searching for more than 200 years, and recently he seems to have found some clues. Then, you previously said that we'll offend someone by collecting souls? Yes. Several years ago, Cavendish told me that this holy war was incredibly important, and that it would be best if the river Styx was filled with souls. I nodded. In that case, it made sense that Roland had been causing trouble everywhere since the start of the holy war. Since he needed to speed up the cycle of reincarnation in order to provide the goddess of order's physical body with sufficient nutrients, it would seem that he was indeed interested in Cynthia's physical body. Perhaps obtaining Cynthia's soul fragment in the Hades would be the equivalent of obtaining the key to the deepest depths of the chaos abyss. But what exactly did he want? He was already a chaos main god. What else did he need? An eternal holy war between order and chaos? Cavendish didn't care about boring things like honor. Something must have piqued his interest for him to be so proactive. Is this also the reason why you betrayed him? We've always had a purely physical relationship based on personal benefits. It's not really a betrayal. He needs my knowledge and memories to help him investigate the path to the chaos abyss. I need his power to secretly support me. Dedina paused for a moment as a mysterious red blush appeared on her face. In many ways, he was indeed a good lover. We had a great time together. However, what he wants to find is far too dangerous. Once the will of the chaos abyss and her physical body completely awakens, everything will go out of control. Perhaps the entire world will be destroyed. No matter what he thinks, I haven't lived long enough. And judging from the current situation, only you can stop him. If such a situation really occurred, it wouldn't be that the world might be destroyed. The world would definitely be destroyed. I fell silent. To be honest, I really didn't want to care about Cavendish at all. In my mind, if he was serious, he would probably be an even more difficult enemy to deal with than Donati's. However, some things couldn't be ignored just because you wanted to. Convince him? Tell him that this might lead to the end of the world? He wouldn't be Cavendish if he listened to my advice. Even if the end of the world was right in front of him, he would care more about how much fun he could obtain from the end of the world. This bastard who thought with animal instincts was completely illogical and impossible to communicate with. I felt even more of a headache now. If Carwins messed things up and Cynthia jumped out, it would be impossible for mortals to deal with her. Would I really have to go and release Astria? Wouldn't that just mean that everything I worked so hard for would be back to square one? I felt that Cavendish had spent so much effort to break free from Cynthia's restraints. He definitely wouldn't want to find another mother for himself. But no matter how I thought about it, this wouldn't be a good result for the residents of the mortal plane. Meanwhile, Dedina unhesitatingly got up and left after saying such a shocking statement. She said that she was leaving, but she wasn't just leaving this room. She was saying goodbye to us. She said that it seemed that it was rare for her to be able to travel around the mortal plane, and that she had her own things to do. We didn't stop her. We simply agreed on a few contact points and contact methods, before allowing her to leave. Meanwhile, both Harloise and I heaved sighs of relief as we watched Dedina leave. After Dedina left, we exchanged glances with each other, not knowing what to say. Let's gather information first. At the very least, we need to know what he wants. Astria, what you know is what I know. Dedina was as useless as ever. It would seem that I could only rely on myself. I could only helplessly shake my head. No matter what, it was likely that this trip to the Chaos Abyss was far from over. No matter what Cavendish wants, since he needs blood to flow like rivers and souls to fill the river Styx, we need to prevent such a possibility from happening. Considering how a certain someone just cast a forbidden spell and completed one of the largest massacres in all of history, this isn't convincing at all. I was actually starting to regret my decision. Our Yonga city would only be able to collect a limited number of undead, and the forbidden spell would have such a large area of effect. There would definitely be a tremendous number of souls entering the river Styx. I could only shake my head helplessly. I didn't have any other choice. Even if I knew about all this beforehand, I would still have likely been forced to cast a forbidden spell. There was no meaning in regretting. I didn't intend to make this information public either. After all, I still had to consider the enemy's life or death on the battlefield. I couldn't kill too many. Was I supposed to just let the enemy cut off my head? Considering all this would be the equivalent of carrying an unnecessary burden on my shoulders. It would be no different from suicide.